Good afternoon and welcome from Lawrence Township, New Jersey, here at Centercourt for the Centercourt Mako's Winter Showcase powered by BFA Sports. And for BFA Sports, I'm Al Fisher, along with legendary coach Tom Ryder. And to my right, director, or I should say, senior advisor and legend himself, Dave Gallagher, along with the director of Centercourt Mako's, John Rena. Welcome, guys, and we're looking forward to some good stuff here today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. You know what none of us have really considered is they're a couple days away. I believe Tuesday, the kids told me, is the high school tryout. So this is perfect timing for them, almost like a side day. And they're being evaluated, right? They're being assessed, so it gives them a little bit of experience before they go do the real thing for their high school team.
Well, we talk about a magnificent location here, right, in Lawrence Township, but even bigger than that is the culture here, John, and what you guys try to develop within these baseball players.
Yeah, this is an exciting event for us. We're fortunate we did one back in November. It was our first one, and now these guys are getting ready to kick off their high school season, and as Dave mentioned, they're only a couple days away.
I think we're just about to get ready as we with the pitchers right now. Big lefty, Mac Mira. As we get the camera set up, looks like we're
I can't see the catcher. Other way.
Well, looks like we're setting up the
logistics.
camera here. Yeah, you got it. I got to tell you a little bit about Mac. Mac is 6'3", 190 pounds. And just past year, from spring to spring, Mac really invested himself in the weight room and spending more time at the kitchen table. And he's gained 30 pounds in a year. So
I was going to ask you, like, how long have you known him? Because that's a good-looking body, right? He filled out. I was going to say, what did he look like a year or 2 years ago? But you just answered that question.
Yeah. And he was playing basketball up until this year. And this year he really invested that time in the weight room.
Good for him.
Hey, he looks great. Good lean body.
Also very bright kid. Ranked 9th in his class. GPA is a 4.67 weighted. So he's takes great pride in the classroom too.
John, you're doing this all from memory. That's pretty good.
Somewhat, yeah. I mean, the kid's been around me a while, so yeah, some of these things I just recall, and the communication with other coaches, right? I mean, we're talking about kids, frequently, so.
They're getting up to 83 miles an hour on his fastball.
It's good. It's good to hear. Our last event, he's sitting around 78, 79. So it's good to see that the additional weight and strength is starting to pay some dividends.
He's a 2023, I believe, right?
That's correct.
Well, that speaks volumes, obviously, getting in the weight room and putting that muscle mass on. Picking up about 4 or 5 miles an hour there, Coach Ryder.
Absolutely.
Looks like a strike thrower.
He
looks like he's around the plate.
Yeah. It's a changeup here. Let's see. Good pitch.
Stays consistent with his arm slot.
The high school season last year over at Hamilton West, I know he pitched some big games for them. And I had an opportunity to see him throw earlier in the season, and I was really proud of him. He did a really nice job.
We talk a lot about the kids, their stuff, the tools. But to me, this is great experience for them to be doing something in front of a camera, and the potential of hundreds of coaches checking in on them. I know for me, every level I've played, I have failed before I succeeded. And I think you need experience of failing.
Sure.
And then you got to just be smart enough to examine why. If your mind raced, I'm noticing like he's working extremely fast. He's doing a good job with it. It's a nice live arm. And he has been around the plate. But maybe for some of the kids that are here tonight, they may not have as much success, and that as long as you pay attention to why. Like, did your mind race?
Mhm.
Were you nervous? Were you able to perform or not? That always intrigues me about these type of events.
And the good part is, you said potentially a couple hundred coaches, but more than likely they're going to see it.
They're
At
gonna
least a
see
couple
it.
hundred coaches. They can go back and watch it in its entirety.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is that you guys know I've always been big on what you do from the first time I saw it and met you guys, because the coaches have the luxury of watching this at their leisure. They're probably finishing up doubleheaders right now all over the country.
Right.
And they're thinking about their game. So they're not – a lot of them probably won't be watching this live, but every one of them can watch it at their leisure. And a kid, depending on his talent, can send the coach to the link or the link to the coach. And hopefully they get some advice from the right people that can guide them with that.
This is Ethan Rissmiller. Ethan's a 2023 also, left-handed guy.
Stable lefties already.
Yes. Yeah, I think we're set up to see the lefties first right out of the gate. Ethan's a strike thrower also.
Nice breaking ball.
Yeah, nice breaking ball.
He's got a really good command. Lowest ERA on the team last year.
John, you would know this better than me, but with those Makos players, but I've always been impressed with a lefty that can control the running game too. I don't know if he can or he can't. I'm just saying I love a left-hander that works fast, fills up the strike zone, can hold runners well. There's always a place on a roster for them.
Yeah, yep.
The Rapsodo is really telling a story here. His last slider had a 12.5-inch break on it. So nice movement there horizontally. But then his spin efficiency is right around 99%. Dave, I know you're not necessarily the
I know.
analytics guy, but really it tells a story, right?
Very good, yeah.
Yep.
Ethan, this past summer we went down to Georgia and competed, and he threw his tail off against a very tough team out of Florida, and he held them at bay for I guess 6 innings, and it just kept him off balance, got him impatient, and he did a great job for us. He's his pace generally compared to Mac, he's a little slower paced. Mac is one that works fast. He gets the guys impatient because they want to go, and he slows them down.
The game within the game.
Yeah.
Solidly built young man, too. Right?
I'm learning.
Good lower half.
Yeah, I'm learning the analytics.
It's all right.
But I do know.
Dave, that wasn't a knock. I'm just saying
no,
because you come back from a different tradition. So
No, you
I respect that.
You
So do I.
You have to learn it
Right.
to be involved nowadays. But I'm intrigued by spin rate being attached to future velocity. I think that's fantastic because there are studies that are showing that. And if that rings true, imagine recruiters and scouts can look at a kid that maybe is a freshman or a sophomore and look at the spin rate and predict at least a handful of mile an hour, in the next few years.
Right.
And what I do have experience playing catch with Doc Gooden.
Oh.
And then his hand size, the long fingers seem to be able to create that tight spin.
Oh, yeah.
I played catch with him once in front of the Mets dugout pregame, and we were just clowning around playing catch, 30, 35 feet. I could hear his curveball coming. It was sizzling. That was the seams. This is I heard a lot about him pre-cop.
Yep, pre-cop.
And, I know he works with a friend of mine, Bobby Buskett. And Bobby gave me a lowdown on him. He said, Dave, he's just the lefty that we just described. He's smart. He pitches smart. He competes. He fields his position. He holds runners. He's around the plate, and he moves the ball location. You win with guys like that.
Yep.
And I know we're not talking to every college out there that they may have guys even with greater velocity that can do that. But, like I said, he seems like the type of kid that maxes out the talent that he has.
Yeah, Prekop is not only a left-handed pitcher. I don't know if you already mentioned, but I do apologize if you did, but he plays multiple positions, outfield, first base. So
Good. We'll see that a little bit
versatility.
later. Oh, he dropped his elbow there.
Yeah, she,
I've been around. I've been
I know,
around.
you've been there.
I'm not going to fake like I'm a pitching guy, but I've been around. Nice adjustment, right? I love that. I think the last time we did an event, I talked about self-adjustment, whether you're a pitcher or hitter. I think that's important to see. If you make a mistake, that it doesn't affect you so bad that the next pitch you've already corrected, whatever that mistake was. So you have to be able to recognize it, hitting or pitching. You know,
Do we
what
have
caused
Justin?
it.
Do we have Justin as a 24 or is he at 23? Yeah. You said these. It might be a 24. I'm gonna check on him.
It's well built.
Yeah,
Again, I'm going to say it again, but well built. If he's a 24, he still has to mature. Wow. Good lower half.
I think that shows
Good drive right there.
when you have a body like that, that's, you know, you can tell they've worked. That shows a lot about discipline and work ethic.
Sure.
Because you cannot fake, you know, looking good, your body looking
No, he
good.
looks good.
You
He
got to
looks
put
great.
the time in.
Oh, that one broke. Let's see what that was here. As far as the vertical break on that one. I think it was more than that, 7 inches. Comes right back in a good fastball and in the hands.
Good job.
Yeah, nice job by Justin Prekop
We'll see Justin later.
out of Notre Dame High School. Yeah, definitely a true athlete.
Sohan Patel out of Franklin High School. So if you're wondering why there's so many lefties going, we've got them lined up that way.
I was going to say, playing
for the
that way.
cameras.
Okay, it works.
That'll definitely work.
Nobody wants to hear me talk, so that's why we're going to keep it moving, right? We want to hear John and Dave.
You know, the kids that maybe lack that high velocity, they'll learn early enough. The hitters will teach them that you can speed up a bat, and Tom knows this too, so does John.
Mm-hmm.
You can speed up a bat by coming in off the plate, but you have to learn, especially a lefty coming in off the plate to a righty. Some guys aren't comfortable doing it, but they have to do it because velocity speeds up a bat, but so does location inside, and that sets up that fadeaway changeup to a righty. So they just have to learn it, and then they got to work on it.
So, Dave, as a senior advisor here, what is your primary responsibility?
Really, I'm trying to, you know, I'm feeling my way through all the different locations, but mentoring, whether it's mentoring the coaches, I have a lot of conversations with John. You know, we're in lockstep. You know, it's basically just, you know, philosophy, overall philosophy of what it stands for to be a Centercourt Mako's player and family. And our goal is basically to just continue to build, but we have the support of the Centercourt itself, and Matt Rapsodo, who is the COO. And I've been amazed. I'm not afraid to say he has no problem providing services to these Mako's players at no cost.
Wow.
And his goal is, look, I want to prove to the families that we're going to provide a service. We're here for the development of kids, and there's nothing that I've seen in the last 5 or 6 months that I've been here that changes my opinion of that.
It's developing a culture and a brand, and then translating that out to the kids, and that's what it's all about.
Yes. You know, and some guys, you know, I'll mention, you know, Jimmy Mayer runs this facility from the baseball side of it. Lou Clemente, who is here tonight, so is Jimmy. Lou does a couple of the North Jersey facilities, and Eddie Mejia does Marlboro. And you know, we have a lot of conversations about, you know, questions that they may have pertaining to parents or the game itself, practices and whatnot.
Well, Well, that's good for you because you want to make sure, you have 4 or 5 different facilities. They're under the same brand name, so you want to make sure we're doing the same philosophical things all the time and staying on the same page.
That was one of the first things that we did, is made sure that everybody looked the same. I mean, it's nice to have a lot of players that, if you're short on arms in a tournament, so to speak, that you can have a kid from North Jersey come down and pitch for you in a tournament, and you're still in the same uniform, you're still in the same organization. And now you're not making immoral decisions that might affect the health of a kid.
Well, Dave, you're going to have to help me out with this special guest because I don't think we've met yet.
Oh, yeah, Dave Dominici. I played with him.
Oh, a good Irishman.
We played
Dave Dominici.
We played ball. We played ball together.
All right.
Yeah. Dave's a good man. Both were from Millstone. I've moved out recently after being there for about, I think, 27 years. But I think you know this guy coming up right here.
Yeah, Eddie Worse.
Eddie Worse out of Allentown High School.
I think Eddie got some varsity playing time at Allentown last year, didn't he?
He did as a freshman.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
So he's a 24.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, great kid. Great student. Just, he is a dedicated young man. Diligent. And he's working hard.
I think his dad's an attorney, am I right?
He is.
I know because I needed him. He got me out of jail one night. I'm just kidding. I shouldn't say that. That'll be used again.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I was going to say, we don't talk about culture
here. He
here.
charged me for that, just so you know.
So I have to say good things about his son. No, Eddie's he's a good player. He's a good player, no doubt about that, but he's also a really good kid.
We got to bail Dave Gallagher out of this one, pun intended, and make sure the culture stays as it should, very clean. So far, good-looking stable of lefties.
Yes.
Yeah.
Consistent.
Lefties always look better.
They do.
Even golfers, left-handed. If they hit their irons good, it always looks better than the righty.
Yeah. I think God's left-handed.
Here comes a slider. Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's yet another kid that I think the body has changed. It looks like he's put some work in on his body, That's the one thing that I haven't seen a lot of the kids that I know for over a year. And at this age in their life, their bodies change so much.
Yes.
So it's so hard. Like you don't want to put a ceiling on a player before he's had any physical growth, because they can certainly fool you.
But we did say he was a 24.
Mm-hmm.
He is a 24.
And he's developing physically.
He is.
It hasn't gotten to maturity level yet,
Nope.
but look at him. You can tell he's working.
Yeah.
He's got a good lower half.
Yeah, and it's going to get better and better, too. He's that kind of kid, and it's exactly right, Dave. And you just see kids that just, continue to progress and progress and progress from, sophomore to junior to senior. Just, it's amazing. But he's got the work ethic, which tells me that he's just going to keep progressing. He loves the game too. He loves competing, out there.
No doubt in my mind that's vital for these kids that want to play long, is loving the game, but passion. Liking it is not, in my mind, it's not enough, or you better have a ton of talent.
Yep.
Because if you love it, you'll put the time and the work in, and you don't have to be forced to do it. Your parents don't have to tell you to take swings or do this or do that. You do it because you love it. It's what you want to do. And he is one of them.
Yeah.
Because he's got a nice little slider there.
He's got a little bit of an offensive game too.
Right.
He plays a little outfield, play a little bit of first base. He can swing it a little bit too.
Yeah, got a nice short swing, I do recall.
He does, nice and compact.
That had some nice break on it right there, right in the hands of a righty.
What's really funny, just in the conversation we're having when I talked to you earlier, we already mentioned work ethic, passion, and compete. Just not even knowing exactly who we're talking to or who we're watching right now.
Right. Yeah, the best part about those ingredients, those characteristics that you just mentioned, is some athletes aren't willing to do it or have that. And that's an edge. If there's somebody that's a little more talented than you, there is some things that you can do about it. You can outwork them. I mean, I've seen some kids that just happen to hit in key spots, and others are afraid of key spots. You know, where does that come from? Is it your heart? Is it, you know, your drive? Who knows? But it's there.
And there are things that you and I understand from being, I guess you could say, the older guys. The Rapsodo,
Dave's older too.
the Rapsodo, and
Count me in that group.
the Rapsodo and the TrackMan will not show you those things.
Right.
Nobody's come up
That's
with a
true.
formula for that yet.
Yeah.
Well, and those kind of kids aren't going to top out either, right? They're not going to cap.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like, you know, some kids you see, they have all the talent in the world. Maybe they don't work that hard, then they just plateau.
Right.
And the kids that are working their tails off are the kids they're going to catch them and
Yeah.
keep going.
Their junior year might be their best year in baseball ever.
Yep.
Because they didn't do the other things. They
Correct.
didn't have the work ethic, didn't have the passion.
Yep.
Couldn't handle to compete when things are going bad.
This is coming from 42 years of experience,
Yeah.
Mr. Tom Ryder. Coach Tom Ryder, I should say.
Excellent.
And again, there's value to that. There's legitimacy to it. So
This
And
is Ethan Fantel. Known him since he was about 10, and I'm really proud to look at him and see his body. I'm still working on my body. No, but you know what the funny thing is, guys? That you're never, when you're an athlete, you never stop working on your body, ever. Whether you're trying to lose weight or you're trying to become more lean or stronger, faster, it's non-stop. But another good self-adjustment right there. He had a low elbow, ran a pitch up high, got on top of the next pitch and got it back down. The receiver back there that's catching him is Kevin Maluski. And I know he's rated very high in the PBR that he's done some of those showings, those events, but he came all the way from Connecticut. He is a definite Division I catcher, so I'm glad we get a chance to see him catching a good arm in Ethan.
And I
It's
really
good
like
breaking
that.
ball.
I really like that receiver word you used. I like that.
Yeah.
Dave playing Coach Ryder here. Nice job.
Here's his change. You could see even from our angle a little bit of run there
Yeah.
away from a righty.
Well, the thing I like too is, like you said, the same thing on 3 or 4 of the pitchers. They self-corrected themselves.
Love it.
And that's really important to be able to make that decision on your own. Something wasn't right, so we're going to get our elbow up a little bit, get our fingers on the part of the ball where it belongs, and we're going
Right.
to move on from there.
Well, you can't call timeout after every pitch and walk out to the mound and tell them, here's what you did wrong, here's how to fix it. You might be able to do it after a pattern of it, but you don't want to do it. The guys that can feel, they know their body better than anybody in the world, as it should be, whether it's your swing or it's throwing a pitch. Why did it go up and away? And what gets in the way, what blocks it, is your emotions. Temper, frustration, even excitement. It blocks your ability to know what just happened and how am I going to fix it. That's got to be for after the game, right?
Well, they also don't have a Rapsodo out in the field to help
That's true.
tell the story. It's all about the eye test, too.
Not
making
yet.
those adjustments.
Not yet.
Oh, please. Oh,
Nah.
I don't think so.
My eyes keep getting drawn to Mizlewski. It just, you know, certain
Oh.
way a guy handles himself. And I know the family, but this is not a, you know, I know them, so let me talk about their kid.
Right.
I just don't do that. You know, I'm honest all the time, and if it falls short, it falls short. But that's a good-looking body.
Sure.
For the high school kids now, I mean, we're talking body twice with Ethan and Kevin. For the high school kids in these last couple of years, they're getting the short end of the stick with the recruiting because of the transfer portal and, you know, kids staying back a grade. Having a good body right now is an advantage because you don't have to project. So maybe they got a shot if they're already physically mature to go help somebody right away, as opposed to, you know, too many of these kids that can play are having a hard time finding a spot. He's got a lot of interest. Great job by Ethan.
Yeah.
I think now we're in a right-hand segment, I think, here.
Yeah, we are moving to right. So what we're going to do,
This is Doherty, right?
yep, Jacob Doherty.
Very good arm.
We're going to take a couple minutes, All right, welcome back here at Centercourt in Mercer County, Lawrence Township. We got Jacob Doherty
To your right.
on the mound.
Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep
We
coming.
have the director of Centercourt Makos, John Rena, and senior advisor Dave Gallagher, along with legendary coach Tom Ryder.
Josh,
So, John, what can you tell us about
bring the whole thing this way.
Doherty?
We're excited to announce Jake recently committed to Rider University.
Awesome.
Following his dad actually also played for Rider, and they had a little bit of an advantage over some schools because he's right in their backyard, and they've had their eye on Jake for some time, and he's continued to show growth, and he's throwing more strikes now. Certainly his velocity has picked up. He's somewhere in the upper 80s, and he'll touch 90.
He just came just short of 90.
Yeah.
His first pitch.
Yep.
He's going to be over there with Barry Davis at Ryder, and I've been out there. Barry actually recruited one of my sons, and I went out, sat in a chair in right field, and watched Barry pre-game putting catchers through drills. He is a minute-to-minute guy. He's a developer. I was so impressed. Everybody was doing something, and he's asked me out to his practices a couple of times to just address the team. So Jake is going to be in good hands. He's going to continue to grow and develop as an athlete. I'm happy for him.
He's definitely got a live arm as you're watching him here. Still hanging around 89 miles an hour. Almost touching 90 a short time ago.
And these guys are just starting to ramp up. We
Sure.
talked about their high school season getting ready to go. I mean, we did take some time off after the fall, give them some rest. He's been in the weight room, and he's really filled out, actually. Jake was more of a thinner guy, and you could start to see the definition come along in his arms, starting to fill out a little bit in his legs.
That's going to help, right? I mean,
Yep.
all of that is going to take some of the heat off of that shoulder and that elbow, because if you think about it, the stress that's being put on those joints is because you have arm speed. You're creating a violent move with your arm. And I'm telling you, I'm looking at him just prior to you saying that he's filling out, and I'm thinking that's a nice there's a little stockiness to him in a good way that's going to take some of the heat off of those joints.
Yeah, you can see it in his shoulders and his chest now. Last year not as much, and now he's starting to fill in.
I think we got to get a couple of the guys chin straps for their hats, though. There's just a couple of them I've seen bending down and picking their hats up off of the ground.
Yeah.
There you go.
Ooh, yeah, he got
Tough as a hitter,
he
right?
got after that one.
That yeah.
We could go chin straps or haircuts. I mean, we could work this out.
Slider.
I mean, the big thing about Coach Davis, I've been around him for a long time, and if you go to Rider University and if you don't learn anything, that's on you.
You're not kidding.
Because Coach Davis is going to give every opportunity to learn something each and every day.
If I'm a dad, I don't know what else I can ask for. If my son goes to a coach that's going to continue development, regardless of your record, regardless of what you're doing, he's teaching. The drills he had everybody doing, not just the guys that were starting that day.
Doherty, a great stint on the mound there.
Doherty's he is a 2023, so he's a junior.
He's a junior. I was going to ask that
he's a
question
junior.
earlier because already committed the rider.
Yeah.
And his spin rate on the slider was almost 2,500. His total spin rate.
And I can almost-
2472.
I can almost guarantee going with Coach Davis, he's going to get bigger, faster, stronger in a very short amount of time.
Yep. Yeah, we're
That's-
very
that's-
excited for him.
That's a guarantee.
This is Grant Francisco.
You're lighting up when you're saying this.
Yeah, I'm excited for Grant's relatively new to the program, and he's the first day he came through the doors here, he was all in, and investing his time in a weight room and a strength and conditioning program, and asking great questions, and every opportunity he has when he's in here, he's getting his work in. And he's 6'5", 187 pounds.
6'5".
Yeah.
What graduating year?
He's a 2024. 2024.
He's just a puppy.
Yes, he is.
Burlington Township High School.
Yeah, that looks pretty. You know, and you watch these guys. Before he came up, I looked at John and I said, will he be able to control himself emotionally in here, I'm saying. And even if he can't, so what? That's what we're supposed to be here for, in having those kind of conversations and learn to control your body, because that's a hell of a body for a pitcher, right? That is going to fill out. It's long and lanky.
What's his velocity there?
That was 88 on his fastball.
Or
Uh-oh. Someone's beaming over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's work on command, and your velocity is going to come.
Right.
Well, you know, that whole pride thing, it means a lot,
Yeah,
right? It means a lot for me sitting in this chair. To hear it coming from you guys is genuine. So, good stuff.
And just to give you an idea, the frame, I mean, he's 6'5". His brother's 6'7", 250, pitching at East Stroudsburg. So, and he's in the upper 90s. So, you know, I don't know where Grant's going to, you know, be, but Dave, I may have to switch hat manufacturers because they're all coming off. I don't know what's going on over
We're not going to mention who it is.
He doesn't even have long hair.
What is going on? Some bobby pins. We need something for the guys.
Moving on that fastball.
Yeah.
Right now, you would say he's a max effort kid, right? He's just letting it fly. But with that body, he's going to learn over time the mechanics are sound, and you put a little bit of strength and weight on that body, and it's going to come out a lot easier without effort, and it's still going to probably be more velocity. Absolutely. He's got 3 more years of high school, including this year.
He's worked very closely, Dave, with Mike Rogers.
Nice.
Over the recent months.
For people that don't know Mike, we know him from the area. Was it UNC that he went to?
He was NC State, yeah.
NC State, and then Oakland A's organization. And, sad for me to say that I remember I was playing for the Mets, and my daughter was in his class. And I stopped, it was like kindergarten or something, and I stopped in and said hello. Now Michael's one of the coaches here. That's how old I am. Good people. Knew his mom, his brother.
Oh, he got after that one. He's trying to get a little extra juice for the camera. Again, spin efficiency and his velo was right around 88. He's staying right around 88.
That's terrific. That's terrific. Yeah, I don't know where he was back in November, but I know he was in 88.
It's good pitch right there. Right at the knees.
It's great to see growth, Dave. You know, 6 months time, another 6 months, how the guys are getting bigger, stronger, throwing harder, better command.
Yeah, I will never, ever, I've said this a number of times, but you'll never hear me talking about pitching mechanics. I mean, I see some things now, but what I do know is we see this in amateur baseball a lot, running travel organizations, that you have some kids that'll throw, a plus fastball, let's just say 86 to 88 in the first inning. And by the second inning, they're already down 82, 83.
Right.
And that's because they haven't learned to control their body yet, or the body hasn't filled out. That's what he's going to be. He looks like he's max effort right now, but it's going to come. We just got to give him the innings, and we're in lockstep. John and I, and even Matt, the whole organization is. You can say it's about development, but it truly has to be. You got to give him innings. If he doesn't have great control, but he's slated to throw 2 or 3 innings in a travel game, let him get the innings, right?
Yep.
You can't just yank him because we may lose the game and not advance in a tournament.
Right.
Like, it just doesn't make sense.
So typically, Doug tees this off because he knows a lot more about Centercourt. But I get the feel that there's some type of onboarding process. You're not just taking any kid. It's not a money grab. It's all about, again, we talked about the culture, the development, the commitment. Is there anything as far as an onboarding, if you will, for the expectations-wise, obviously with your background, pedigree?
I talk to John a lot because he established the Makos. I talk to him a lot, and I think I know we respect each other. And so we've had a lot of conversations, and I feel like we're basically the same person. And funny thing is, a lot of the guys I've talked to in the organization, I'll talk about Eddie for a second over at Marlboro. He's listening. He has an open mind. He wants to learn. He wants to do things right, do things professionally, and he's doing a great job. But to your point, I know from the top, Matt does not want to just take every kid that tries out and make a team. He doesn't want to have 3 or 4 teams at every age group. I mean, he came out and said that, and that was in maybe my first or second week. So he wants it to be about development. But if it's a kid that doesn't fit on one of the teams, it doesn't mean we can't help his development in here with the trainers and the coaching staff that we have.
Yeah, there's a lot of camp offerings that we have throughout the off season, getting ready to kick off our spring season. You know, part of the process of, you know, for the Mako program is that, you know, we're starting right now at the age of 11 here in Lawrence, and I think we have a 10-year-old group up north. But, you know, we are beginning to open up, you know, the program at an earlier age, starting at the 8 and 9U, to make sure that kids have an opportunity to grow and develop within the system. This is James Walters. James is a 2024 Hightstown High School. GPA of 3.7. And let's see James settle in here. But James has a great makeup for a pitcher. Stoic on the mound, Dave. And, you know, I'm looking, he's wearing the molded cleats, and I haven't seen him throw molded cleats on this, so I don't know if they're new, but I didn't see how he lands, Dave.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's
That's
pretty
good.
firm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I love what you just brought up about the facial expressions, and I'm a big believer in, you know, the effect that can have on a hitter. So if it's a pitcher that wants the ball down and in, he's a right-hander, and his arm drags and he throws it up. He wants it down and away, throws it up and in because his arm dragged. Some pitchers out there, when I've been a hitter, they're shaking their head. They're telling me that they didn't mean the pitch to go there. Why not utilize the fact that it went there? Like you meant to throw it there and now open up away. You know, that shaking of the head and showing your emotion, or umpire doesn't give you a call. I always have taught my catchers, go out to the mound. You tell the umpire, I'll handle this. That's not going to happen on our staff where you're showing up an umpire. So many little nuances of the game that I love that you can teach, right? But I love, and like you said earlier, John, and I'm not ripping analytics, but some things don't show up in numbers and statistics. And I think over time, the best would be a blend.
Oh, cohabitation if we want.
Yes.
How about that?
But even at the major league level with managers,
Right.
it'd be nice to see, give them the information, but have guys that have been around that know the game and have a gut feeling, and let them run the game, not the general manager. Right? I mean, yeah, I'm up on my soapbox now. But
No, Dad, it's
you
okay.
gave me the opportunity.
That's fine with me.
No, the door was open. Go ahead and
It's fine with me.
kick the rest of it in. Go right ahead. Now, I'm definitely 100% behind that philosophy. But, again, a blend. I said a cohabitation, just came up with that word. But definitely not one-sided. Not fully right, not fully left. So
He's got a great body, too, Dave. For sophomore, he's 6'3", 190 pounds.
Wow. You know, I see. I'm going to ask you because you know the kid. I don't know if he's throwing a two-seamer, but it looked like he has the ability to run a ball into a righty and then break a ball away. I've always felt like, you know, if I'm facing a guy that throws hard and his slider is also hard, I don't think that's very bright on the pitcher because I'm looking hard.
Yeah.
I can make an adjustment. If there's enough off of the slider, I'm done. I'm guessing at that point. You know, good fastball with a slider that has enough off of it. So sometimes, again, that's back to us teaching the kids, looking at the stuff that they have and helping them. Like, this might be more effective if you run your fastball in because you have a good breaking ball that runs away or cuts away. Or a guy that runs a fastball up in the zone with life a changeup might be, you know, or a curveball with a downward break, right?
All right.
Yep. I'm not sure which pitch that is. He's struggling with location a little bit. He's choking it.
It's really a changeup.
Yeah, it was a
John.
changeup, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fastball looks good. He's on the plate, and I've seen and I had the opportunity to see James pitch a number of games now, and he's a kid that just takes the approach of just relentlessly attacking the zone, just going after the zone, and letting the hitters get themselves out.
You guys, for all of you, what do you think? What do you think happens with emotion? Like, so I know we certainly don't want to write off an athlete just because when he's young he has trouble with his emotions and failure. I don't think we want to write him off. We just have to explain, like, I appreciate your emotion. I appreciate that you want to slam a helmet or you make a bad pitch and you want to kick the dirt. I do appreciate that it matters that much to you. But let's talk about why it doesn't work, right? It starts to affect your performance. It's blocking your ability to make any kind of an adjustment. Everything is teachable, right?
So there's one thing I learned back in college. Sports psychology was called the inverted U, right? There's always that balance. You want to always be too high, you don't want to be too low, you want to be at that apex of the U.
Right.
And that's the kind of thing where you talk about it that way, simplify it that way. And say, if you're too cranked up, everything's all over the place.
Right.
Yep. So
Dave,
that's the only thing I retain in that class, Dave.
More than I would have. This is Joe Loretti on the mound now. Big body, nice, free and easy. Ball comes out easy. He's a Steiner kid.
Uh-oh.
That's where I went.
Not to take anything away from any school, but Steiner.
Yeah. For years, I mean, the one thing that they've always taught right, they've always developed their players. Even when you think they don't have talent, they may start off 2-4 and end up 16-5. They just have a way about them, right? I'm a big believer in Joe here. I mean, he's got the big body. Dad's pretty good size, and he's had some success lately. Like it's coming on, and I think it's part of it is because he's catching up to that body. Like it grew quick.
Mm-hmm. Again, another one with good lower half.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What graduating class year? I'm sorry.
I think he's a 2024.
I believe he is.
Yeah. Good breaking ball.
There you go. Nice pitch there. Yep.
Not too much bothers him either.
Again, eye test instead of looking at the screen. Look, obviously that balance.
Right. Good kid. I don't know. I don't know if we'll go through a kid here tonight that we're going to say he's not a good kid.
Yeah.
but I mean it, And like we talked in November, the kids nowadays with their academics, I just think they're more aware of, needing good academics to open up doors and having bad academics closes them. So in my view, there's many more kids that are stronger academically now than what I can remember.
And John and Dave, going back to those players that have a tendency to kind of get a little too amped up, showing emotion, you guys have kind of mirrored demeanors, if you will. It's a very calming, again, kind of bringing the kid down. You're talking on a level where you're not talking down. You're talking on that equal level. And that's huge. That's huge.
I think I know why. We've had our day in the sun.
It's
over.
Sure.
It's over. I mean, it's true, though. You got to look back at some point and say, okay, it's over. Now it's time for them. So I smile a lot. It's strange, but I'll
you do.
But
you say it, but you do.
But even at games, I'll smile at failure.
Yeah.
But the smile is not laughing at somebody. I'm remembering
Opportunity. That's what first word I thought was opportunity to develop and
It is an
correct.
opportunity to teach, but I think of, oh, God, I remember doing that. And I remember the pain it is to you. Like,
Sure.
I love watching batting practice and a guy having a bad round and coming out of the turtle and walking behind it and beating himself up, like trying to find his swing. And then I smile and think, oh, I did that a lot.
Yeah.
You know, but it's a beautiful part of the game. But I think, John, how you feel, Tom, but I feel like it's our turn to settle the kids down as opposed to beat them up further.
Yeah.
Right? They'll do that to themselves enough.
Yeah, I believe that when a kid makes a mistake on the field, no one feels worse than that kid. Yeah, you don't need to call him out. I mean,
Right.
he already feels lousy enough, and there's a time and place, when you address issues, and I certainly have changed a bit over the years. When I was a younger coach, more fiery, and then I started to enjoy it more.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I really did, and I do. It's just seeing the kids grow up, year over year, and I think you get more out of them by just a conversation, talking to them, than coming down so hard. And
Right.
each player responds differently.
Right. Sure.
I'm not saying that we don't bark at a guy, but I'm very similar to Dave, very similar.
Well, plus when you go to your travel games and your high school games, you see enough outside people barking at these kids. Get your elbow up, get your elbow down,
Oh,
do
yeah,
this,
yeah.
do that. You're overstriding, you're dropping your elbow.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
this kid does not need to hear that
Right.
in the middle of a game.
Good pitch there.
Yeah, it was.
Sorry, Coach.
Yeah, Joe. I think Joe's going to have a lot of success over there at Steiner. It always depends on what you have as to whether a kid can get innings at the varsity level. But I think back for myself, I got up to varsity at the end of my sophomore year for a taste, and then finally played varsity as a junior, and obviously my senior year. So I don't know. It doesn't. You don't have to be a freshman varsity player in order to have long-term success. Everybody develops at a different time.
Sure.
I thought he threw well. I
Yeah,
like
me
him
too.
too.
Yeah.
I like him. Yeah.
Nice repertoire, good body, big body, right? He's gonna. It's only gonna get better.
Again, you said the class of 24.
Yeah,
Correct?
I believe he's 24.
And if we're wrong, just send your emails and texts to Doug Stasic. Got to add a little
And-
humor, right, Coach Ryder?
Absolutely. and you talk about Steiner all the time. There's been one name that's really synonymous with Steiner. Every
Rich
member of
Giello.
the Rich Giello and
Yeah.
the coaching staff.
Yeah.
One after another after another.
I thought you were gonna say Dave Gallagher.
You didn't coach there. You
I
played.
know.
Well, Dave, you keep referencing the Mets, though. I mean, I'd rather see you talk about the Phillies, but
No, we don't want to go
Played
there.
for them too.
Yes, you did. Yep.
Yes, you did. That's why I brought it up. All right.
This is Rohan Shah.
Rohan Shah out of Howell High School.
He just shot up, so he's a sophomore this year, and you could look at his legs.
Yeah,
The
you
well,
can
the pants.
see-
You
can
can always
see
tell.
the high legs,
Yep.
the high hip.
Yeah,
Not only that, but the pants are getting a little short.
yeah. It's
So he's
perfect.
outgrown them. It's good.
Perfect example. I've talked to him earlier, and all of a sudden, he's almost eye to eye with me. And he's a wonderful kid. Dad's a doctor. His dad helped us out in the organization quite a bit during the pandemic, just giving us advice of what to do. We're not doctors, so what should we do if there's a secondary exposure? And he was great about that. But, all of a sudden I look at Ro and I see a kid. I told him I was skinnier than you in my sophomore year. I shot up out of nowhere, and I was so thin it took me a while to hold weight. And his feet are a pretty good size, and I think that's a good sign that he's probably still got a little bit more. And the fact that legs are 2/3 of his body right now,
Yep.
Yeah.
it's a nice loose arm. And talked with his dad, and his dad told me he does a lot of volunteering. He's not just a good student; he's a very strong, high academic student. But he's
High
done
character.
high character. Good block, by the way.
That's your guy, right?
That's Maluski
He
again.
is. He
He's
is
working.
a house.
Yeah, he's strong. And not overweight, right? So
Yeah,
sometimes
no.
you see a kid that's big and you go, wow, he's got to lose. No, he's solid.
He's got tree trunks for
Solidly
thighs.
built.
Good grief.
That's why he's getting a lot of interest,
And he should.
And I think he can thump. So, we already talked about how important it is to be a good receiver, a good defender, and control the running game. But to do that and be a middle lineup hitter, now you got something there.
He looks like an NFL tight end, Dave.
Yeah,
He does.
Yeah, he really does.
I'm due to
Athletic.
have several conversations about him next week. I just, to be honest, and I told him and his
that's a nice
family,
pitch.
good breaking ball.
Yeah, real nice breaking ball.
You know what I liked about that whole thing? The breaking ball was great, but how deep he received it. He let the pitch
That's what I need.
do its work.
Yeah. Really proud of Roe. He's a good kid. So you look at him and you say, when will he be at his peak? Would it shock any of us if he reached his peak as a college player? Because that happens, right? Especially arms on the mound. Sometimes they don't get to be the best that they're going to be until they're freshman, sophomore in college. And still getting better, some of them.
Very good point.
Oh, boy.
You said, I don't know if you quoted how tall he was, so I do apologize, but what was his height?
5'10".
5'10".
I only know that actually.
But look at the length. And
If I don't say
all-
5'10" and a half, his dad's going to kill
Oh,
me.
okay.
'Cause he
We'll
sent
say
me
5.
that. He
Well, why don't we
sent
just
me
round up to
Gotta throw
5'11"?
in
I
that.
was taught in school.
that. Yeah,
You ran
you're
it?
right.
You could tell he's grown quite a bit, Dave.
Do
can
you
see
know,
it. You could see it.
on my scouting report before I got drafted, I saw it, and it said, has bigger brother. My brother Marty's 6'3". I never got there, but they thought I would. And I told my brother that after I signed and got my signing bonus, and of course he said, you should be giving me a piece of that. He just happened to be at the game.
That's great.
I never got there.
But a lot of length, and I don't want to keep going back to that, but that creates the whip. I mean, obviously, you got an opportunity to develop them a little bit, but sometimes there's certain body types that you don't want to overdo it, correct? Again, I'm not an expert in this area.
Neither am I, but absolutely. And he's got one more pitch. I want you to look if you can get a picture of it. Just kind of look at his hands. Look at his fingers.
No long.
Yes, look at the fingers over the top of the ball. And again, I think, you guys, you scout, you assess, you recruit over the years. Part of what you're trying to do that's so difficult is project.
Right.
I would say that's, as many of the kids, projectable body.
Projectable body, and that's where I was kind of leading to. Yep.
Sometimes over the years I've told parents that, and I think they're looking at me like I'm lying.
They don't there's
And
absolutely.
and I'm not. I think they're hoping, well, you're just trying to keep us in the organization. But no, I'm being truthful with them.
Well, honesty is definitely the best policy here, and there's no doubt that you speak honesty between you and John. And it's not about the almighty dollar. It's about, again, we keep talking about it, but the development of these young men and seeing, again, the eye test, not necessarily the Rapsodo test, but knowing what you have here in an athlete.
Tradigo.
Yep, this is Elijah Tradigo out of Bordentown Regional High School.
Looks like, Bordentown.
Plus, when you talk about these young men, you're talking about projectability all the time. I mean, what happens is this. What you're projecting, there is a college for the kid to play in this country.
Sure.
Might not be the one you want,
right,
or the kid wants, but there's a place for him to play. And that's what you really have to educate the parents about, too.
Mm-hmm. Good point, Coach.
Athletic build. Look, to me, if I had to guess, I'd say, because I don't know this young man, but I would say he's a multi-sport athlete. I'm guessing. Some kids just have that look.
Throws a heavy ball. Yeah, he's popping that glove.
Slightly pigeon-toed. That's my theory. I'm
You
telling you, that's
no,
my-
we've heard it. Yeah,
that's
there's the
my
truth there.
theory.
Athletes, oh yeah. Oh
If
yeah.
you think about it, you can't think of a ton of athletes that are really high performance athletes that have their feet pointing outward.
Well, I'm bow-legged, so
Well, I mean feet, not legs.
Well, still, my feet
They
go,
go
a
out
little
that
bit.
way?
Well, yeah, knees don't
Well,
want to go back in.
I've
so.
had people bring up LeBron James, and all right, that's a good answer.
Okay.
but that's one.
That's one. No.
I'm
All right.
severely pigeon-toed. No, I'm
All
kidding.
right. Well, why didn't it play out that way then?
I always end it like that.
We gonna get the call that you're going in the Hall of Fame?
Which Hall of Fame? That's what matters. I'm in the Steiner, the Mercer County
There
College.
you
Hall
go.
of Fame.
That's well deserved too.
Good breaking ball.
Yeah.
Looks like he kind of knows what he's doing out there, right?
Well, athlete too. I
Yeah,
mean,
definitely. No doubt in my mind he defends that position. I don't know if this is the guy you want to bunt on. He's going to bounce off the mound and get it and throw you out. That's my guess. Here comes his changeup. It's a good fast arm. What do you think, huh?
Hey,
I
Des,
mean,
hey,
he's a pitcher.
I'll tell you what, he's got a lot of energy, too.
Yeah.
A lot of energy.
He looks like an outgetter to me.
controlled energy. Would you agree?
Yes.
Plays with him, pitches within
kinda,
himself.
Yeah.
Let's see correction here.
Mhm.
Another fastball.
Yep.
See if he
Yep.
gets us down a little bit. And,
There it was. Yep.
he acknowledged it
Yep, he did.
when he threw the ball up.
He did.
He acknowledged it to the catcher.
Yep.
Good job.
Nice job.
I think one thing I've noticed even between November and today, not one of these kids have tried to overthrow.
Right.
And that must be because you guys must have spoke to him already about
I know John
hey,
addresses
you
it.
know,
And I know last time.
I mean, you have to.
Yeah, we talked about it. I mean, this is a little better because they probably are primed up for their tryouts coming up. But still, they probably shouldn't be maxing out.
Another Steiner product. Class of 25. Hello. We had Joseph Ditta.
Young Steiner player, Dave.
Yeah.
I seem to remember this young man. He was here back when we were here in
He
November?
was.
Yeah,
He
that's
was.
what I was going to
Yep.
say. Okay.
Joey's the type of player that, give me the ball, coach, give me the ball.
And we were saying he's just coming out of he's
Eighth
just
grade.
coming out of 8th grade. So
Yeah.
still,
Yeah.
he's a seasoned freshman, if
Yeah.
you want to say that, right?
Yeah.
Not quite, because he hasn't seen the mound yet.
You're going to see him. I believe he's also going to showcase as an infielder, and he could flash the leather a little bit too, Dave.
All right.
He's just an 8th grader, you said?
He's a ninth
freshman.
grader now.
Ninth
He's
I was
a
going
ninth
to say.
grader.
Yep.
And that look on his face is like, I belong.
Oh, yeah. I remember talking about this the last time we were here
Yeah.
and how he carried himself.
Yeah.
Yep. Back in November. Yeah, Doug Stasic trying to get on camera here. Over here with Charles. Mr. Hollywood himself.
He's doing some advanced thinking. Right
Sure he
now.
is. Wants to make sure we're putting ourselves in the right position for these young men. Ditta, and I'm going to say it, I'm not making this up, he looks like he's already put a couple of pounds on since we saw him just 4 or 5 months ago.
He is. He's growing. And it's exciting when you have the kids at a young age and you start to see them when they hit high school and year over year, putting height and weight on. And we did introduce our strength and conditioning program here at Centercourt, and many of our players have taken advantage of it, and we're very fortunate to have that program now. And I know the players have all shared that they enjoy the experience of getting together, not in a baseball atmosphere, but a team environment.
Sure.
Where they're cheering each other on during weight sessions or conditioning sessions.
Helps develop leadership, pushing each other, obviously. It's not all about you. It's pushing the other person. I mean, everybody can be a leader, right, Dave?
Well, I always looked forward to that, and I was joking earlier, not really joking, but there were soccer games going on here, and I loved soccer when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But what soccer did for me was it took me away from baseball for a little while, and a few weeks after being away from baseball, I started missing it already. So when coaches got me back, I wanted to be there.
Right.
I couldn't wait to go just to practices.
Sure.
I wanted to see my friends.
Right.
Yep.
And I'm good at it, so why wouldn't I want to be there?
Sure.
It builds my self-esteem. I'm doing something that I'm pretty decent at, right?
And this is Colin Heyer out of Allentown High School. Heyer is a first baseman pitcher.
We got Colin Heyer here, junior. The kid's got kind of like a herky-jerky.
I noticed that.
Delivery.
Right. I wanted to see a couple of pitches from him to get a.
He actually throws a knuckleball.
Does he really?
Does.
Wow. We're going to get a chance to see that today?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. I'm hoping so.
Pitch had a little bit of movement on it, a little run.
Ball does have movement.
Yep.
It does, has natural movement.
That was his changeup, too. What it's telling me.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
And he'll get good spin on his curveball too, his breaking ball. He will.
That was. It's got a slider.
Slider and
Yep,
curveball.
yep.
Is he at 2024?
No, he's 23.
23. He's got to be getting tired. The Rapsodo says he's at 244 pitches. It just accumulates pitches. I just decided to throw that one in there.
Better give him the
Just
hook.
a little. Yeah, give him the hook. And another one that looks like a pitcher. Got the look, got the body, projectability. Said he's a junior, so
He's a junior.
yeah.
I think that was
But
I think it was the knuckleball he just threw there, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. He had another kid growing into his body.
Yep.
Getting stronger. Putting the work in.
That looked like the
That
knuckleball.
was
Yeah.
it. That was
That
a
was it.
knuckleball.
Yeah.
That was it. Yep.
See if they'll read it, though. It's calling on a slider. 59 miles an hour. Talk about hitting. Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go.
I think that might have been it.
That might have been
I
it,
think
too.
so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that definitely looked
Yeah.
like it. Yep. Yeah, 60 miles an hour. Look at the spin. 417. Total spin was 4. That was definitely a knuckler.
Had to be.
417. It
Yeah.
wasn't doing anything.
Right.
It was dancing.
Yeah.
It was dancing, too. Sorry, Coach. You can't barely see it on there. Total spin. I had to lean forward, so.
Yeah, he uses it as his changeup is what he does.
Yeah.
Well,
That's insane.
Well, you can see when he's going to throw because he drops his elbow down a
does.
little bit.
He
And
does.
he pushes. He
Yep.
pushes it a little bit.
But she was dancing, though, right, Coach?
You're doing good.
Yeah.
Really well. Really well.
Yeah. Oh, you corrected yourself because I'm sitting next to you? You want to
No.
make sure your English was correct? Was
No.
on point? Oh.
I'm good. I'm good. It'll work.
That one got away. I think he tried to throw that one again.
Yep.
Yep. But for the most part, he's been efficient with it.
He throws it for strikes. He does. He's around the plate with it.
Well, if you're going to have to make sure if you're going to use that on the next level, you better throw strikes.
Absolutely.
Because you're going to do it once or twice, and the head coach is going to say, I don't want to see that no more. Put
Right.
that back in your bag.
Right.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's interesting. He has a lot of confidence in it for whatever the reason is.
All right.
So
Now-
it's like we were talking about work ethic, right?
Right.
If he can command it.
Is he a pitcher primarily, or is he? I notice he's a first baseman as well.
He does.
got the
He
versatility.
is. He does play first base. He can swing it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I think at the next level it would be a pitcher
Okay.
for him.
Well, he's got the body for it, definitely,
Yeah.
and he's got some stuff. Oh, 317. That had to be. He did it again. Total spin was 317.
Well, what's
Yeah.
it that time?
I'll tell you right now. It's reading it right now. 351. But with only 351 and a spin efficiency of 96%, so it's saying it's.
I'm glad you can read those things. By the way.
He's getting there. He's doing it. Yeah, that was his slider last pitch. I wasn't looking at the movement though. Oh, there you go. All right, nice work by Mr. Hire. And that was his finish off with a slider. 8.5-inch horizontal break. And looks like we have Justin Doherty. Must be Jacob's brother. So we have Justin Doherty out of Burlington Township High School.
Yeah, this is Justin Doherty.
Class of 24. So a year behind his brother, Jacob.
Yeah, how much fun is that playing high school together?
That's awesome.
yeah.
Couple of
And,
competitors. I'm sure they feed off each other, right?
Oh yeah, and that township group, they're loaded. They're going to be a lot of fun to watch over the next couple of years. A lot of nice young players. And Justin, he'll pitch and play infield for us.
All right, so I'm going to probably get reprimanded for not turning down the headset when you guys switched off. A little bit of background noise, but you're good. That's not on you, that's on me. For those watching.
Thanks for the backup.
Yeah. You could have helped me out there, Coach Ryder. You left me hanging out there in the wind.
No comment.
Dave, this is Justin Doherty,
Yep.
Jake's younger brother.
I remember.
Yeah.
Remember in
Yeah,
November.
sophomore.
Both listed
pitch
at
right there.
infield. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, infielders as well, right?
Yep. Yeah. He'll
Middle
play.
infield?
He'll play infield and he'll pitch for us. Justin is more of a corner guy,
Mhm.
first base, third, and then Jake would be, from third to second. Moving around
Mhm.
the infield.
A little lower arm slot than his brother. Just a little bit, right?
Yeah,
I know that
he's-
was a breaking ball, but he seems to, be maybe a high three-quarter.
A little
Would you
bit,
call
yep.
that, or a three-quarter, Tom? What would you say?
It's more of a three-quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a nice pitch right there.
It is.
Getting up almost to 81 miles an hour. Ooh, okay.
Look good out of the hand, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it did.
Maintained arm speed, right?
Yeah,
It
it
really
did. It
did.
looked like a fastball.
He didn't slow anything down.
So there's a 14-mile-an-hour, 15-mile-an-hour differential between his slider and his fastball.
An 81 there.
81. Yep.
you know, I think back where Jake was sophomore year going into his spring season. That's about where Jake was, 81, 82. And now Jake is at, sitting at 89 today.
Mm.
Good genes, huh, Dave? Is that how it works?
You know, a lot of times it does. That's the
Good
story
genes.
I was just saying about my brother.
Just good
You know.
genes.
I got drafted.
We used to call them dungarees.
Yeah, that's right. And you'd cut them off for shorts in the summer.
No, I didn't do that.
I did.
We knew what everybody meant by jeans,
I
but
grew up in
let's
the
just have a
air.
little fun with it.
Yeah. The Dirty Boys better thank Mom and Dad. But no, they also put in a lot of work, too. Certainly.
John, is it more mom or dad? I'm
Yeah,
putting you on the
hey,
spot. That's
listen,
having fun with that.
I'm a fan of both, so.
We had a situation. I think it might have been with you guys. We were talking about mom and dad, and one of the athletes here, and I can't remember who it was or what the player was. I don't remember if it was here or not, but it said both of the parents were athletes in college. I could have sworn it was you, Dave.
It was here.
Yeah, it was here.
It probably was.
And we were,
It was here.
we were kind of joking about mom being the.
Yeah.
But I was just kind of playing off that, John. So I wasn't
Yeah.
putting you on the spot.
Now, middle of the road. I'm sure both are athletic. Actually, now I think about it, I think their mom played field hockey and coached
Okay.
field hockey at the high school level,
Okay.
I believe, and then Dad, pitched at Ryder. So
Which-
she may even played at Ryder. I
Which
don't know.
one gives them the high academics?
I'm
really putting you on the spot.
That's
Mom's a
good.
teacher, so I could
There
share
you go.
that.
All right.
I'll share that. Mom's a teacher.
Yeah. So there was one young man that I tried to get here because I knew I could help him. His dad's relocating his job, but the family, they're very athletic background, and most of it's in track. But if you look at the kid, he can be raw. He's not as raw now as he was 2-3 years ago, but that's the challenge for us. I love that. The athleticism is there, always has been. It's teaching the game and trying to take that rawness out of that athlete. That can happen, even if it takes 4 or 5 years.
Sure.
It's the end product, right, that matters most.
Teachability. So obviously, if they're committed to that, it's the teachability and developing that. So
Right.
not being that one-trick pony.
This is Andrew Madison at Delran High School. And Andrew's a two-way guy for us. He plays outfield and he pitches. And he is a 2023. And he's someone also, Dave, that's grown quite a bit in the past year. We're at a showcase, and there was a college coach that knew who he was, and he made a comment. He says, wow, he grew like a half a foot, and he did. He grew at least 6 inches. So when a kid's body's growing so fast, tough to put on weight. So
Yeah.
he's certainly got the height, and he'll full out. But we're really hoping that Andrew could backfill one of the starting rotation roles for us.
Right.
And then, of course, play outfield. He's hitting exceptionally well.
Worst thing is he's kind of humble like I am.
Who? We're talking about Jim?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's gonna
Well, wait a minute. They don't.
I'm gonna see-
I
I'll see
haven't
if I
ridden
can
the
wave
car
him
with
over.
him for an hour and a half, so maybe you say you're a little humble. I guess it is. Is that what you said?
That would be a fair assumption.
Okay. All right.
All right, he's coming over.
There he comes.
Okay.
Yeah, I waved
All
him
right.
over. He
Well,
needs-
good, because
he needs-
what I'll do is I'll let you guys talk.
He needs to
Step
get a
away.
headset.
We want to get the geniuses on here. You don't need a guy like me. So, all right. We're about to bring in Jim Mayer, Director of Baseball Operations here at Centercourt.
Andrew Madison out of Delran, May.
Yeah, his stepfather was a former Hamilton West guy.
Oh,
Yep.
The Lestitian brothers.
I
Remember Pete, I think his brother is the head coach at Heightstown softball.
Right.
Two-way guy from Delran. Good history of programs there.
Well, Jimmy Mayer just.
Oh,
jumped
Jimmy
in
Mayer.
with us.
Oh,
He's
I didn't know
beating
John
some-
was going to step away. I was going to say you guys can have almost like that. We want to call it the coffee lounge conversation with a bunch of baseball geniuses here, and I don't say that in a derogatory way. I'm more cutting myself down.
got the
Welcome,
best,
Jim.
best memory I've ever seen of anybody. He knows more about me than I know about me.
Really?
His memory is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's funny. My wife says you can remember everything from baseball from Little League on up, and you don't remember the garbage goes out on Wednesday.
Wait, that sounds like Jamek Road and Vineland. That sounds like me. I get the same thing.
So that's really not that important. Me throwing a two-hitter against Ty Realty, I remember a lot more than
I
that.
really.
Look at this.
That's 12 years old, right?
Well, that just leads me to believe you're very good putting things in a proper perspective. I mean, that's the way it is.
That's right, Coach. Some good arms today. Some kids, yeah.
Real good arms.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Very impressed.
Yep.
That's how I felt in November, too. You
Yeah.
know, I remember.
Yeah.
Even the kids where the velocity isn't high, you look and you can see there's a lot more in them. You know, so it's the future's looking bright. And people out there might be wondering why we had players in succession in the beginning, especially. Well, we stacked the lefties because of the camera angle. That's
Sure.
why there was
Yep.
like one lefty after another.
Mhm.
But there's really not a particular order. And of course, all the Mako's high school players are here. It's their home. It's their home. And we kind of handpicked and invited several other players to come. And as we were saying earlier, May, that it's like perfect timing for them because pitchers and catchers have their tryouts, I believe, on Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah.
Tuesday,
So this
Yeah.
is like a perfect side
Yeah.
day. And maybe even get some of the nervous energy out of being on a camera and being
Sure.
evaluated.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. If you guys had to guess, would you say you might be a little anxious or nervous more in this setting or in front of the coaches at your high school and teams you're trying to make? Or would you say it's similar?
You're speaking to someone who didn't have that luxury. Obviously, we're all a little bit long in the tooth. But to answer your question, I think this is more of a setting where you're in a controlled environment. I think it would be more for the coaches
Yeah,
because now it's baseball season. You guys played the game. You would
Yeah.
know. I played a little bit,
Yeah.
but
No.
nobody wants to talk about that. But
I'm with
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Thinking back to my
yeah,
days.
sure, I remember.
You know, trying out. Yeah, you're always a little bit nervous, especially if you're a new guy. It's the first time you're in front of a coach. If you're a freshman or first time you're trying out for varsity. I think some of the veteran guys is probably not that big of a deal, but I'm sure. Yeah, I always get a little butterflies that first time you're in front of somebody.
This is Oliver Kim from Community Middle School, infielder and pitcher. Another kind of a low elbow, really.
Yeah, low
right?
elbow, yeah.
I'm going to say low arm slot, but I got to see it again.
Yeah, I think he
looked like
plays
it was
for a
some-
14U team.
Gotcha.
Let's watch it again here.
So, Community Middle School.
Yeah, he's coming.
So I'm assuming, is he an 8th grader? you think?
Yeah, so that's probably West Windsor, I think, Community Middle School, if I'm not
Is it?
mistaken.
Middle school.
Yeah. I think that's West Windsor.
Showcasing his skills. How about that?
Well, you remember when we were young, Reynolds went up to 9th grade. Remember?
Yes.
So we were
was our
freshmen
last
in
year.
middle school.
Yeah.
And then,
Oh, that's
then we
I
went
remember.
over to Steiner as sophomores.
And
We
then
had
it
the same
became
scenario, too.
split sessions.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
So our sophomore year was the first year of split sessions.
See, I only heard about that stuff because I didn't go to public school. I went to Sacred Heart in Vineland, which is no
Okay.
longer around. So
I went
yeah.
to St. Greg's for 8 years, and then the first week that I went over and met Jimmy, he changed my life for the worse. Got me in so much trouble on weekends. I was like, this is a whole different world. We're not even allowed to get out of line at St. Gregory's, and he's got me out hanging out behind the school in evenings. We had a lot of fun.
Oh
together.
God, I can remember picking up Dave for Legion games. He would come out. I would
Oh,
pick
boy.
up. I would
I'm in
pick up.
trouble now.
I would pick up Steve Dorelli, who wound up playing at North Carolina Wesleyan, and I'd pick it. And Gal would come out with a TV dinner.
That was good.
And eat
Hey, I remember those days.
and eat the TV dinner on the way
the
to
way.
batting practice. I said, Gal, what do we got today? Turkey and cranberry?
You're bringing back some scary memories for me.
Probably
Not obviously
enjoyed
with you
everything.
guys, but I had a lot of TV dinners for me. Wow. The 70s are screaming at me right now.
Oh, gosh.
70s and 80s.
I tell you what, though, we were very fortunate. I talk about it all the time when people ask me, why did you go and coach? And then Dave can add to this. We had some good people to coach us when we were young. Like, when we played Little League, we had a guy named Don Bacon who was way ahead of his time. Like,
Yeah.
he really knew the game. And, you know, we always had Sonny Bataro around because Chris played with us.
Richie Tola. Oh,
Richie Tola,
I
yeah, it
feel
was
like
so-
Richie Tola was at Nottingham Little League to throw batting practice for whoever wanted it.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of those guys. And sometimes I think you feel the same way. I'd ride my bike to the Little League, not even knowing how I was going to get home or at dark. And sometimes see a neighbor that lived up the street. I didn't even know him that well. And I'd get a ride home, throw the bike in the back of the truck, and get a ride home. Don't even really know him that well. Just know he lives near me.
We're not riding any bikes anymore.
No,
That's
no,
not gonna
no.
happen. No.
You know, we had Richie Giolella and Kenny Freeman and Rick Freeman and
Yep.
Kenny Ruba in high school. And we both went to junior college and had Butch Miller. So, you know, we had a lot of good people. You know, Hamilton's always been a huge baseball community.
Josh Kim finishing up.
I'm noticing
I
a
said
healthy.
Josh Kim. I had a Josh Kim. This is Oliver Kim.
Oliver Kim,
Josh
right.
Kim was about 5 years ago in my organization.
He's throwing a healthy dose of changeups. It seems to be his pitch.
You know, when you're that young,
Right.
You know,
Oh,
again,
sure. You don't. Yep.
these guys probably could look and see, you know, if I have them for a while, I would do this,
Yep.
and tweak this and show them this. But I don't know pitching that
Right.
well. But when you're that young, you know, a few things can really take you to a next
And,
level.
and he's on the fringe, like you asked earlier. Is it a low elbow or is that
Yes.
his normal arm slot? He's
Exactly.
right. He's right
Yeah.
there. You'd have to make a decision.
Yep.
It looked like he was throwing his curveball uphill because of that low
Right.
elbow.
Now this is Bud Colwell's son, who Bud helps coach with us and was the former baseball coach at Rancocas Valley and athletic director at Ewing. This is Bud's son.
Good.
Another member of our 14-year-old team.
Wow.
Yeah, we kind of.
Medford,
Middle school. Yeah, he's an 8th grader.
another 8th grader.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's impressive that these kids aren't overwhelmed in 8th grade.
You know what? And we had talked about that, right, Gal? When we had our meeting the other day about do we let our 14-year-old? Yeah, you know what? It's a good opportunity for him to see what it's all about, get in front of some people, you know, maybe see some coach see some. Hey, you know, this kid's going to be pretty good as he fills out and gets a little older. And it's a good selling point for our program that we you know allowed some of these younger kids to participate in this.
Plus, for some of the kids, it might even be a reality check.
Yeah.
Hey, I think I'm all that. I think I can do this. And all of a sudden, I see a kid that's 15 years old, one year older, and wait a minute, I got to make some progress here.
Yep.
Yeah, and the Rapsodo will record now. Obviously, we don't have all the kids in here, but going on a go-forward basis, you'll be able to see the progression
Right.
through the Rapsodo.
Right.
The spin rates, the velo, and all that good stuff. And then you have the eye test, where you're watching the body and, you know, seeing the physique start to develop. So, lots of good stuff.
Well, yeah, it just look. I think about, you know, me and Dave. We probably weighed. We were 15 years old. Probably weighed about $120 each.
Yeah. I wish I
I was
could eat,
115.
Yeah.
I could eat 6 meals a day and wouldn't gain any weight. Although they were all TV dinners.
See, I was just going to say
Or
16.
Elio's Pizza.
Elio's, I was going to say.
TV dinners.
We would
me,
come
that
home on
was prime
Saturday
rib.
night. We'd throw an Elio's Pizza in and watch Don
Oh, yeah.
Kirshner's rock concert.
Wow.
But,
Man, you're bringing back memories.
but those Elio pizzas, they might as well have been prime rib.
Oh.
I was always hungry when I was eating them.
Yeah, but you think back to them now, I'm like,
Oh,
I,
no.
I can still taste them.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
In my head, I can still taste an Elio's pizza.
I still remember when we would come home, and a mutual friend of ours, Joey Crivelli, was scared to death of the dark. And he was like, I would throw pennies behind us, and then I would say, "What was that?" when we walked past the cemetery.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. He's like, you know.
Yeah, and then I would sprint the whole way home after Gal turned because I was scared to death. Every 5 feet, what was that?
Nice little breaking pitch right there by
Yeah.
Cole. I don't want to take away anything.
Yeah.
but
It was. Yep. We can multitask.
Yeah, good-looking player. I've seen him swing the bat in the cage. He's got a nice. In fact, his younger brother is playing for our 11-year-old team.
What's his secondary position? You know.
Johnny told me he's a multi-position guy. He can
I'd
play
love
the
to
infield. He
bounce
can play the
around.
outfield. They really haven't decided yet where he fits.
Right.
Good kid. Works hard. He's always in here, hitting, throwing. Very few days I'm here and he's not in here.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good breaking
Yeah.
ball.
All right. Again, 8th grade, folks.
Left-handed hitter when he hits.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Both him
Okay.
and his brother both hit from the left-hand side.
Nice.
Nice pitch
Okay,
there.
good pitch. Outside corner, nice and low and away.
That looked almost like a little slider action there.
It's reading changeup.
Maybe
He
change
gave-
up,
he
yeah.
Change up,
gave
yep.
the change up sign,
Yeah.
yeah.
But his spin efficiency is right around 100%.
It's pretty efficient.
I would say so.
That's how I used
That's
to throw
efficient
the
as you get, huh?
Yeah.
That was my frisbee readout.
I was gonna say, I wish that was my grade
The
point. average.
whammo glow in the dark. Good job.
All right.
Looks like we got a couple more arms, and then we move on to the
The receivers.
catcher's defense.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, Coach, how'd I do?
You did very well.
Oh, thanks. I'm trying.
Do or do not. There is no try.
All right. We have
4 more kids, I think.
Robert Bettler. Does it sound right?
Yep.
It does.
Okay.
He's another. I think he's another one of our 14U guys.
Out of Burlington Township High School. You said 14U. He might
Yeah.
be a.
Eh,
It might be a freshman then if he's.
Some 14s
14
are
years,
freshmen,
yep.
some are
Yep.
some are 8th grade.
I'll tell you what. Very impressed with some of the talent I've seen that Burlington Township has.
Yeah.
We were talking about that earlier.
They have,
Yeah.
they have 2 really good arms at the top of the rotation, and the Heffernan kid, who's their shortstop's a very good-looking player. They have some players. Stevie Hovart, one of my former players, is the head coach. One of my Florence Flashes guys.
Did you say he is the head coach? Or
He's the head coach of Burlington Township now. Yeah.
Wasn't he in college?
No, I don't
No?
think. No, I think he was working for U.S. Elite or South Jersey Elite, maybe at one point.
Okay.
Okay, so Bettler. Fastball right around 80 as a freshman.
Yeah,
Not
he's-
bad. And then he's hitting the brakes at 63 with his slider. Got some good movement on it.
And another kid
Not
looks like
bad.
he could really fill out and get a
Sure.
lot stronger.
I mean, just coming out of, if this is true in the information series, he's only a freshman, so he's just coming out of 8th grade.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he could.
pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's on our 14U team, so.
Mhm.
I said too. You look, he's lean. I mean, he's going
Mhm.
to put on, 20 pounds.
Good presence on the mound for such a young man, too.
That was change up right there,
Yeah.
I believe.
And it didn't read. That one didn't read.
This looks like he needs some added strength.
Sure. Even the work in the weight room, but then the body maturing at
Yeah.
the same time.
Yep.
Developing those key muscles. There you go.
Threw that ball well.
That's right. Good bounce back pitch. Yeah, staying 77, 78 with his fastball.
Gets out away from his body a little bit with his
Mhm.
breaking ball there.
Yes, he did.
workable, fixable.
Yeah. Oh,
Yep.
yeah, absolutely. Because he threw a couple good ones earlier.
Curveball had a vertical drop right before that, almost a foot.
Change up there.
10-mile-an-hour differential between his fastball and his, that's
Good.
the key number,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the key number. If you got about 10
A
miles
little
an hour
bit like
differential.
he slowed his body down a little bit. He can work on that.
Probably, again, a young man with all his emotions and all that kind of going on in his head. Not used to this. We'll call it the big stage.
Right. So, oh. Okay. I think he went off for a second. It's on
Okay,
there.
yeah, you're good.
But I do like I like to talk about that development of just the mindset,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because it's part of every sport. I mean, you think about NFL quarterbacks; it takes them a year sometimes to hold in the clipboard. This is Michael Minerva. He's going to be he's trying out in about 2 or 3 days at Christian Brothers.
Christian
Academy.
Brothers, yeah.
Good kid. Known the dad and the kid for a while now, and he loves the game, you know. So he's in that category of dad's been very supportive of him. He's got the right people around him. He hits with you may remember, maybe even you, Tom, Mark Fink.
Oh, yeah.
okay,
Oh, yeah.
Remember he put that ball
Ball
up
at his Veterans
I knew
Park.
you'd remember that one.
In the Carpenter Cup.
Yeah, and he works with Mark, and he does some things with Joe Laterio and Kyle Slade over at Intensity Baseball. He also, his dad told me he's hooked him up with a sports psychologist, just to, just positive thinking and tools. So
Just watching
got
him
the
throw
right
a little
people.
bit,
Yeah.
I think he could use his legs a heck of a lot more.
right,
You watch, he kind of gets that hardly gets that leg up and
yeah,
rushing to the plate a little bit. I like to see him get his lead leg up a little bit higher. And he's got some big legs, thick
Yeah.
legs.
Yep.
If he get lower half, pick up a couple miles an hour on his velocity just by using his legs.
and if you just look at his face, it reminds me of mine. I don't think I shaved until I was a freshman in college, and I did that so that maybe whiskers would start growing in, But kids don't realize at this point, if that's the case, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. That just means you're not even close
Yeah.
to where you're going to end up with your development. Yeah.
I don't know if we mentioned it earlier, but he's at a Christian Brothers Academy.
Yes.
Great
Yep.
baseball program.
And very high academic, you
Yeah.
know. So dad's got good perspective. The family, the parents know that that's where he's going because of the education, and he loves baseball enough that he's going to give it a shot.
Pretty good breaking ball right there.
Yeah. I'm going to out him right now. He's probably not going to appreciate it. His dad wanted me to keep it a secret, but his hobby is, and it's so cool the kids could do this nowadays. He goes online and he gives advice for fantasy football.
Does he really?
And he's got
Oh,
a ton of
young man.
followers. I smiled when I heard that because he's such a good kid, and I thought, I could never do that. I couldn't do it today. But they know what they're doing on that darn computer, and he enjoys it. He's good at it. So you
What-
never know what he ends up doing long term, right?
There's a guy
Yep.
sitting to my left that thinks he's a fantasy football genius, but still got a lot of work to do.
Well, me and Dave have been in the same league for.
That's right.
We're in the same league for about 20 plus years
Yeah,
now. Me
nice.
and Dave.
Yeah.
And it's still a fantasy.
Yeah.
I had to pop off that one year and say that I've always made the playoffs, and then I went. Karma got me. I think I missed the playoffs 8 years in a row.
It's fun though. We got a lot of the same guys been in for a long time.
Yeah.
It's
In fact,
it's like Christmas Day, the fantasy football
God.
draft, right?
In fact, when we first started the league, Gal's brother Marty used to write all the scores on a piece of paper and give the standings, and you'd find it in your mailbox on Tuesday morning.
Oh, yeah.
That's snail mail.
So I don't know. I think we have one more picture coming. Oh, yeah, we do. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Blake. So, Jim, I don't even know if you mentioned. What's your primary responsibility here as we get ready for Mr. Blake, and that would be Jeff Blake, correct?
Yeah, he's got a great. His brother is at Columbia.
Oh, okay.
Shortstop of Columbia, was a
Remember.
big time prospect. Was going to the Cape and ended up with Tommy John.
Oh, wow.
So I don't think he's played for almost 2 years because I don't think the Ivy played last year. So he is right now. He's just DHing, and he told me the father said he'll be cleared to throw in like March. But he's a very good looking young player. I worked him out about 2 months ago here. He came out for us. Good looking infielder. He's going to be a good player.
At Hopewell Valley Central High School.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a sophomore this year, I believe.
Again,
He is a sophomore. Yeah.
looks like he's 2/3 legs. Another one.
Yeah.
Gonna fill out.
Oh, yeah. But projectability in the length, right?
Yes. I remember I got excited in November about what the kids look like arm-wise from this program. Just again the future and the projectability and young kids like this, it makes you.
I think he's going to be a Division I player down the line. I really do. Yeah. He's got a good arm. Ball comes off his bat. Does a lot of hitting stuff with Jeff Manto.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep. His brother was the player of the year in Mercer County. I guess I would say probably 3-4 years ago now. And then PG'd at Hun. So just getting back to, so my role here is the director of baseball operations. Just kind of trying to use my contacts with people that I've come in contact with over 40, 50 years of baseball and bring them in here. We've had and I wanted to bring in travel ball teams, and I knew you were not going to be able to do it bringing in your own team. So I sat down with 3 or 4 people and, had a great interview with John and Johnny Reyna, brought them in, and Michael Rogers, former draft pick of the Oakland A's, brought his team in. So we have like 7 or 8 teams, and we're building. We trained 18 teams here in the winter, 8 high school and 10 youth teams. We have your typical pitching lessons and hitting lessons and infield and outfield classes. Mike Rogers is doing a preseason camp for me on Friday night. Last night we had 28 kids. So, a little different role than I've ever been used to. I'm on the field a little bit, but not as much as, Johnny is. So it's been kind of a neat experience. I mean, they never had baseball here until 2 years ago. And we have really taken off, doing events like this. Tomorrow I got a softball tournament in here, 8 teams.
Oh, wow.
Next Sunday we have a 10-11U tournament here with 10 teams. So things are going well.
I don't want to make you feel bad, but while you're in here running that softball tournament, I'm going to sleep in tomorrow. I might take a walk on the beach. Depends on the weather.
Dave, I think I might join you, but not join you per se, but join you and sleep in tomorrow.
Yes. So it's been obviously bringing Dave in too with us now is kind of like putting the cherry on top. Having his expertise and his ability to talk to him about things, and we've been friends since we were 7 years old. So you couldn't find a better person that knows the game, knows people.
I just started laughing because I thought most of the trouble I've been in my life, it's been with him. But I mean that in a good way.
Yeah, no, sure. But he's got that look. You can see. He's kind of one of the guys I want to hang out with.
Well, you look at it, Dave.
Innocent trouble.
Yeah,
Yes,
but, you look at my parents got divorced at a young age, and Dave lost his father.
Right.
So
we were wayward.
Yeah,
That's the bottom
and we
line.
really could have went in either direction.
Yeah.
That's no
Baseball, I think.
baseball saved us. There's
Sure.
no doubt about it.
We got that structured discipline. That's
Yep.
what I call it, and that's what it was.
Yep.
But baseball teaches lots of life lessons.
Oh.
You had life lessons, and baseball helped round it, so it tells a lot about from a cultural stance.
My best lesson personally was at 16 years old. I came out of Steiner High School, came out of the back. I don't know if I was walking home that day, and Rich Giolella stopped me. He was the Legion coach.
Mhm.
And he said, David, are you going to come to the tryouts? Whenever the day was, Thursday or something. And I smiled and I said, no. I had a couple friends that were driving cars. I said, I'm going to spend the summer on the beach, with the girls and the beach and the water. And his answer was the right answer. He said, oh, well, I think you're making a big mistake, but if that's your mindset, we don't want you. We want players that are dedicated. That's what I needed to hear. I didn't need to hear, you're really good and we need you and, you can miss whenever you want. I didn't need to hear that. I needed the ultimatum.
All right, so that's going to do it for the pitchers. We're going to go and move. Oh, no, we have one more. Okay.
One more.
All right,
we
have one more.
Jump in here.
All right. So this young man is not on my list.
Yeah,
Somebody's going to have to help me out.
Barrier. Am I saying that right, or is it
Berrien.
French?
Berrien.
With an
Berrien. Yep.
Berrien. Let's
I hope
see.
he's Berrien
Bryce
hitters.
Berrien.
Bryce Berrien.
out of Allentown. Is that Allentown, New Jersey, or Allentown, PA?
New Jersey.
All right.
Good arm.
Ooh, comes right out of the gates. Nice.
He looks familiar to me. I mean, over the years, I've seen so many baseball players one way or another.
Oh, yeah.
That, I mean, maybe I saw him when he was 10. I don't know. But I also know on the negative side that I'll be walking in ShopRite and see somebody, an adult, look at me like they hate me. And I'm like, why is that? Like, did they cut their kid one day or something? I don't know. I don't even know who it is, but they look at me like they absolutely looking at me like they hate me. Well, you keep the ball down, huh? What do you know about him, Dave?
It's 16-inch vertical breaker on his curveball.
He
Pitched
goes
before that.
Yeah, he goes at hitters, this kid.
Yeah.
He will challenge you. His velocity's picking up steadily, and he's working hard too.
What graduating year did we say?
He's a 23.
23.
Yep.
We all get so caught up, these poor kids. I say that because I don't remember ever going through things like this where you got assessed every minute of your life. But the velocity has become so important, and yet when I coached at Mercer, I had an All-American, Josh Pine, that was 82-83. But he could locate his fastball. He had a true slider. And he had great changeup, and he could throw those pitches in any count. And I remember Randy Voorhees, who was the pitching coach, said to me one day, do you think he could pitch professionally? And I kind of looked at him, and I felt like, I said, Randy, all he does is just dominate, and he really wants the ball in big spots, but he's never going to get the chance. And that's a shame because of his velocity, lack of velocity. I just would have loved to see what he would have done with wood bats facing him.
Oh, yeah.
He was carving up metal bats. He knew how to pitch, worked fast, hit spots, But you get so caught up in the velocity.
You're talking about not being in front of being assessed all the time, right? So it's almost like a little different scenario.
Yeah.
But this is assessment with positive reinforcement. It's development. A lot different than when we were growing up. It was always assessment. Yeah, there was development, there was coaching, but it's a lot different now as far as that's concerned.
Yep.
Well, Al, I've talked to you and Doug about, like, I'm positive this can be a teaching tool. Like, I've even talked to us, the guys at Centercourt, about videotaping the kids of all ages, and trying to figure out, does it work for them from a financial standpoint?
Sure.
I don't want to gouge anybody, but, man, if you could get the kids on tape, number one, if you did it year after year, once a year, they could see their own growth.
Sure.
But an instructor, a trainer, a coach that could come in maybe with a small group and show them. It could be something as small as their lateral quickness. Look at your first step. You're not covering any ground. Here's the proper way to do it. And then for them to be able to see it. So I know it's there, and I'll keep thinking about it.
Well, you know what? To kind of defend your philosophy there, being a former educator, kids have changed from being kinesthetic learners to visual learners.
Yes.
Bingo.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Big
mean,
time.
they are visual learners now.
Yep.
If you show them, and I really hate to use the terminology, they're doing something wrong, but you show them how to make progress and make some changes, they're going to see it.
Right.
You're dropping your elbow. Well, I know I'm not. Then here it is. I mean, then you can see it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, how frustrating, because we've all heard this, what I'm about to say, how frustrating would it be if you're a kid, you're out on the mound, and you throw 6 consecutive balls and somebody's yelling throw strikes? That's not helpful, right? So tell me why. Tell me what I need to do. Am I, again, I don't know pitching except for a few things, but that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, just screaming at a kid.
Right.
Come on, throw strikes out there. Tell me what I need to do to throw the strike.
Right.
Teach me.
All right, that'll do it. Berrien finishing up. We're going to go to a break. We'll be moving to the receivers. We'll be back right after a short break here on BFA. All right, welcome back to Centercourt Academy in Lawrence Township. We have the receivers, a position, a favorite position, legendary coach Tom Ryder. We have Dave Dominici and Dave Gallagher with us. And who do we have up first, gentlemen?
Mike Jolly.
All right, so Mike Jolly. So all the catchers are going to receive 3. They're going to throw down to second 4 times, do 1 block, and then 1 block and throw down to first base.
He's a 2023 grad at the Hun School. Very good program. They got a lot of good things going on there.
Easy school to get into, Dave.
Hey, Johnny, move closer to the other camera.
What do you think, Tom? How's the footwork?
That's why I stood up.
I know,
I
you're a
couldn't
catching guy.
I'm not good enough at watching that TV thing.
I will say, compliment BFA. This picture is clear. It gives a really good view, a good look at the players.
Dave, this is a new player. This is Chris Bepkowski
Bepkowski.
from Nottingham High School.
Got it.
2024.
24. Good sized kid, huh?
Yeah, big boy. Probably just shy of 6'3", Dave.
Johnny. The other way. No, you. Josh, stay still. You're in the shot from the throw down a sec. Right there. You're good. Right there.
Chris just recently joined us, Dave, in the
Look
past just a few weeks. So this is one of my first times seeing him as well.
I like the block and recover. I feel like that's become part of the events in the last few years. You could see quickness and how quick they can bounce up from blocking. This is Stoner.
Kyle Stoner, yep, another Burlington Township player, class of 2024.
Well done, huh? Quick release, huh, Tom?
Yes, not bad.
Much better. He's last, well, the ball getting away from him a little bit, but the last event that we had, Dave, he was rushing his feet a little bit. Tom, I don't know if you remember that. He was kind of falling forward. And
Yeah.
now he's got his feet under him. Much better.
I think such a fine line. It's not my position. That's why I defer to you guys, and I got kind of quiet. But
There you go.
I think there's a fine line between being quick and rushing, right, from behind the
There's
plate.
a real fine line, yep. I mean, you have to go into the mindset, okay? If the pitcher's a 1-3 to a 1-5 or a 1-6 to home plate, you probably have no chance of throwing anybody out. I don't care how quick you
Right.
are.
Yeah.
So you have to control that on your own. You have to receive the pitch first and then put yourself in a good throwing position.
This is Joey Bernardo. Secondary positions, infield. He's from DePaul High School. Attaboy, Joey.
Good throw.
In fairness to the kids, I mean, we were just talking about it earlier. They're throwing to a measured distance with a base, but there's no There's no infield dirt. There's
no infield dirt, no mound 60 feet 6 inches away, nothing.
So the perception might be a little off. It may take a throw or two to get feel of the distance. So far, they're handling it pretty good.
Okay, we have Kenny Wines here. He's a 23 from Manalapan High School.
I think this is the young man that I was joking with him and his mom when they came in. And I said we were going to check the genetics and the athleticism of the parents, so she needed to be ready. She was up for it.
Kenny's very active catcher, very active. Getting ahead of himself there.
Here comes the Kevin Maluski. Anxious to see him receive and throw
That
because
was my next question.
he's from Notre Dame High School in West Haven, Connecticut. So he's come a long way.
Seems like he's got great hands, though.
He got real good hands.
His mom said, people tell me he has soft hands. What does that mean? I said he needs to start taking the garbage out. He's got to get some calluses. He's a good kid, and he is rated very highly in the events that he's done. Good throw.
Very good.
All right. It happens.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Reset.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but let's make something positive out of that last mistake he made.
Right.
Okay, he didn't throw the ball to second base.
Right.
Now, probably in a real game, a kid might throw the ball to second base out in center field. Now you got a guy on third base.
Right.
Instead, you don't have a good grip on the ball. You don't have your feet under you. Hey, just eat it.
Eat it.
Let's move on.
Yep.
Everybody might not agree with that, but that's what I would do.
Impressed.
Yeah, very-
Impressed.
yeah.
There's no upside in throwing it, right?
No, absolutely not.
I think that might. Is there any more catches, or are they getting a ball pickup? Looks like a ball pickup. There's
Yep.
a few more.
This is Bischoff.
Yep. Ryan Bischoff, 23 from Allentown High School.
I'm going to miss going to see a lot of the Allentown games. You know, now that I'm in Cape May, it's just a long drive.
Have to get you off the beach.
Oh, boy, I'd love to go. I believe it or not, Dave, I went to a lot of Allentown football games I used to do. Just love watching the kids compete.
Get you off the beach or the golf course down there.
Yeah, I don't golf much. I fish more than I golf. Good job.
Reset here.
This is Arjun Sue.
From Community Middle School, I believe this was the 8th grader.
Yeah.
That we saw earlier. This is what's interesting, right? You do that in an event like this, and this one matters. Right? He calmed down. Good job.
Yep.
You know, this is what sports is at every level. You make a mistake, you may be embarrassed, you may be humiliated. That's when you got to rely back to your practice habits and just fix things on the fly.
And you know what, to carry one step further, a young man at this age, if I made that big of a mistake on the first throw, the next 3 throws I'm throwing 3 good long hoppers down to second base.
Right.
No, really,
Yeah.
seriously, and using turf and show people I can make a change here.
Right.
And one other thing I like to see in this drill, if we can think of a way to do it, always have a hitter up there. Have a hitter, somebody you can trust to take that swing right through it, because you can see
More realistic.
all of the catchers. Oh, I didn't know that. All right. Okay, I didn't hear you. Okay.
Say it. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back. All right. There you
All right, welcome back to Centercourt Academy in Lawrence Township. We now move to the outfielders. They'll be working from right field. And we're going to give you the arm velo of each outfielder. They're going to throw 3 to third and 2 to home. And the first player we have,
Michael Jolly.
Michael Jolly.
Here we go.
Michael Jolly out of the Hun School of Princeton. Catcher and an outfielder, class of 23. This makes him a junior. And we are ready to rock and roll. And we're back with John Reyna and Dave Gallagher. Tom Ryder is stepping away for just a few.
Here we go.
And we're ready to rock and roll. What we hear in our headset and over the broadcast is the arm velo of the player.
79.
Oh. It's a good, respectable number right there, Dave.
That's my favorite one so far.
76.
Yeah. Kept it nice and low. Nice one hopper to third baseman. Now come 2 to home.
The things I would always look for.
78.
Really nice throw there.
Yeah, real nice throw.
I always look for here is the outfielder to come under control at the ball and then prevent the trail runner from advancing. Right? If this was a game,
76.
somebody hit him that ball, right? So if you fly the cutoff man, the trail runner's going to advance.
Madison. And
This is Andrew Madison, Delran High School, class of 2023.
yeah, but they need it.
I think these guys forget the nuts.
81.
There we go. 81 from Madison right out of the chute.
I like the way Andrew stutters his feet
You see that?
and his approach. Just when I was praising him, he launched.
I know. Yeah. And that was I'm sure he wishes he had that one back too.
He's gathering himself. That's
Yeah.
that's how you come under control at the ball.
80.
Here he comes to the plate. That's going to work.
Yeah.
Use the
Nice.
curve.
78.
And that's not even his top arm velo, and he still put it right there on the plate. Nice throw.
That's going to work too. Got a little tail bringing it right back.
78. Zenmeyer.
Zenmeyer, yeah.
What high school is he from, Dave?
79.
Let's see if I can help you guys out on that one. Central Bucks
Central
West.
Bucks, right.
Okay.
That's PA.
Yep.
Nice.
That's a good arm there.
Real nice arm.
78.
It took him a couple throws to get
76.
on top and get that nice throw through the cutoff man, but he's got it. Last couple. Let's see if he can keep it.
Physique on the Zentmeyer, though.
7. Hey.
I don't know if we got that one from Johnny.
Nine.
79.
79. Yep.
This is
That's-
Barclay,
This is Jordan Barkley. Burlington Township,
24, right?
24. You liked him last showcase, Dave.
5. Come.
Tremendous athleticism. Very strong student.
Oh, good
If
throw.
he's a strong student, that's the kid I wanted to sit behind in class. Sit real close to him and ask him to help me and
Wait,
tutor me.
Barclay. He was here in November, correct? Was he? Right?
great range, Dave. And he primarily plays center field for us.
Barclay here in November?
He was.
Okay.
He was.
74.
Yeah. I remember him standing out.
Yeah.
Kulik.
Michael Kulik. Yep. Michael Kulik's from Cinnaminson, New Jersey. Beautiful throw.
73.
You say 83? I just heard 83.
That's what it sounded like to me.
Leader in the clubhouse right now. Another good shoot.
5.
He's getting cut off.
Yeah. We'll have to take him in a quick class on walkie-talkie work.
70.
Okay.
Cool smiling there. He knew he got away from him, though. Good attitude, right? Gonna shoot home now.
Believe it
nice
or
one.
not,
5.
missing the cutoff man is what got me to the big leagues a year earlier than maybe I would have, because Sammy Sosa had more talent, much more talent, but he couldn't rein in those throws. They didn't trust him.
Right.
They sent him back to the minor leagues, and I was more fundamentally sound. He had a much better career, but I got there just by being fundamentally sound.
This is Dan Driska.
Whoops.
All right, put it on. Put it right on him. Driska out of Lawrence High School, class of 24.
Dave, I don't know how he just caught that ball. Did you see? I don't think he even had his head down on that.
Yeah.
But he found the way.
Yeah.
75, I think he said.
Yes, he did.
He's just, if he was a pitcher, you'd be saying that elbow is low.
Right.
Because he's throwing it uphill. But he's showing some arm strength.
Showing
right?
accuracy, too. So,
Very fixable.
right.
That's what you want to see right there. Again, I'm going to say, if you hit that ball, you can't advance. The cutoff man's going to take it, and you're an out. And that's the key to that. Or even keeping a double play in order.
Yeah, give him another one.
One hop through your cutoff man is the best throw. And it will make a huge impression on college coaches that you're trying to get to recruit you.
77.
77, climbing the ladder there, Mr. Driska. Nice work. He tops out at 77. This is Benedetti. Okay.
74.
Samuel Benedetti out of Northern Burlington Regional High School, class of 24.
Oh, tough ball there.
There's a nice low throw. There you go.
Yeah, see it.
Yep.
He had a couple his first throw was very nice too. Nothing like that one half, Dave. It's comfortable to get the the position player to settle in.
Yeah.
I believe, did he say 75 or 79 on that last year, remember?
Not sure.
All right, we'll see what we got here. He had 75. All right. Here comes Mr. Prekop again.
Oliver.
That's Justin Prekop out of Notre Dame High School. The big lefty who did a nice job on the mound today.
77.
Comes right out of the box with a 77 arm velo from the outfield. Prekop is a left-handed pitcher, outfielder, first baseman for Notre Dame High School.
78.
Prekop getting topping out right now at 78. Do you know what, you might have mentioned, I have to write it down this time, his graduating year? Do you happen?
Boy.
No? Nice shoot.
77.
This is 23, right?
Who's this here?
Prekop.
Prekop, I think he's. I know we have it here. Prekop is a 24.
24.
2024.
Yeah.
Nice.
79.
But again, the physique on that young man.
Yeah.
For 24. Come on. All right. This is it Michael Minerva, if I remember correctly?
Michael Minerva.
Yeah. I'm paying attention. Christian Brothers Academy.
Freshman just entering CBA, trying out next week.
That's awesome. Wish him a lot of luck.
Mm-hmm. He's putting the time in. He's putting the effort in. You know, that's a good program over there. I've seen good players that didn't make the team, and then I've seen, you know, a lot of good players come out of there. So he's doing everything you got to do. You put the effort in, and his dad's taking care of supporting him and getting him in the right situation and surrounding himself with the right training. Give yourself your best shot, right?
Yep.
I had a kid there a few years ago, Ben Sawyer. Didn't make the team at CBA as a freshman, sophomore, junior. Made it as a senior. Was their top player. Went to Alvernia, didn't play as a freshman, didn't play much as a sophomore. Senior year, he was Division III Player of the Year and had an open, you know, a pre-draft tryout with the Yankees. Things can happen, right?
Sure
you
can.
work hard
in a quick manner when you dedicate yourself.
Mm-hmm. DiCarlo. We got Joseph DiCarlo. He is a Burlington Township Middle School. Youngin. That's pretty good.
I remember Mr. DiCarlo, too, from November.
Yeah, DiCarlo, he showed exceptionally well in November.
That's good. Good throw there.
2026.
64.
Kidding me. That's some pretty
Wait
good
a minute.
carry.
That's right. He's an 8th grader,
He's
right?
an 8th grader.
Yeah.
Yep,
Wow.
8th
It's in
grade.
middle school.
Wow. Come on. Go ahead.
68.
Says a lot about this young man
You
putting
know,
himself in these positions.
watching him makes me think about like when you want to hang out with your older brother and you gotta be able to show you can compete.
Yeah.
That's a great throw, by Joe.
Real nice throw.
Good for him.
I didn't hear that one from Johnny, but
Cole.
this will be our.
This is Chase Cowell, class of 2026.
Yeah, another middle school. kid.
Wow. Wow. Ooh. Okay. Let's think about it. He only made the transition last year to the bigger field.
The big field.
Yeah. I mean, I remember that transition. It was a shock.
I was tiny. I was tiny.
Good throw.
Played at Hamilton Babe Ruth and I was so
Chase
small.
works.
I could barely reach from shortstop over to the bag.
Chase works out here probably 5 days a week, Dave.
Wow.
Good for him.
Wow. He's showing well.
If I'm not mistaken, John, I had asked Matt, the COO of Centercourt, I think the Mako's players, as long as the facility is available, parts of it are available, they can come in here and work out.
That's right.
Yeah, I love that.
That's right. Yep. Yeah, as long as the facility's available, they're welcome at any time.
That's big, you know. If a kid wants to get better,
Yep.
all you need is transportation to get here, right? All right, I think
That'll do
all
it,
of them.
I believe, for the
transition.
Transition
the
into the
outfielders.
infielders.
Now we're going to transition to the infield. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back to Centercourt Academy in Lawrence Township. We move to the infielders. We're going to start with the shortstops and move to the third, but they're going to stay at the shortstop position. There's going to be 2 balls hit at the player, 2 backhands, 2 glove side, and 1 slow roller. All over to first base. Again, we'll start with shortstops from the shortstop position, then they'll be followed by third baseman from the shortstop position. 2 at the player, 2 backhand, 2 glove side, and 1 slow roller. And the first to step up is Connor Stakowski.
As long as Johnny's got his radar on, we're good.
Connor's a 2022 grad, a senior for us. And Connor just recently committed to Rowan University.
Oh, awesome. Down in our neck of the woods.
To the
Yeah,
other boat now.
yeah.
We caught that on camera. Get it
Yeah,
pumped up. That's
I don't know
good. I
what's
like it.
going on.
I like it.
Yeah. Connor's a great athlete, hitting the top of the order for us. Yeah, he was one of those kids that, he goes, we go type of thing. And, well, let that one fly a little bit.
It's all right. It's the first one. We're good.
Yep.
And it's the voice of John Reyna, director of Centercourt Makos. Also joined by Dave Dominici.
There you go.
Something's a little pumped up.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Yeah.
Oh, good pick there. Nice backhand. Said he's top of the order.
Yeah, he
Yep.
hits leadoff for us.
Oh, good pick.
And yeah, he's a great base runner. Steals at will. Usually, it's an open hand for him, a green light. Good athletic play.
Yeah, nice play.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
footwork.
Yeah, good arm.
Yep.
Very strong lower half. You can see it in his legs. This is Mike Pappy. Mike is new at the program. Mike's from Delran High School. I missed his velocity.
I think he said 78.
81.
81 now.
Nice play. Mike is a big, strong kid.
Yeah, how tall is he? I'm sorry,
he's
John.
6'1".
Yeah.
6'1", 190, I believe. Strong. He was a soccer player
81.
as well this past year. I believe they won the state title.
Well, there you go. It's a testament to what we're seeing now from his athletic build and the way he moves.
Footwork.
He's
right?
footwork, plays multiple sports.
81.
He's staying consistent at 81 in his arm velo.
Yeah, we're very excited to have Michael as part of the program, and I'm looking forward to seeing him play in the spring and summer.
Smooth athlete.
81.
Well, if you want to look up the word consistency, I guess his name is right there because he's throwing 81 every time. Oh, nice work. Good job.
This is Sean Heffernan. Sean's one of the special young players, class of 2025, I believe.
I'll check that
Check
for
it
you.
myself.
79.
Another Burlington Township High School product.
Correct. He's a freshman.
25. Yep.
Correct.
81.
Actually, he's one of the guys Dave selected to go down to Vero Beach. The program's, that was supported by the Players Association and a week-long camp with, big league instructors. So it was a week that Sean will never forget.
That's awesome. Good experience.
79.
So 78, 79 for a freshman across the diamond's not bad at all. He's got great range.
Top that at 81, John.
Yeah. I'm surprised. But that's excellent. Excellent. I didn't hear the 81.
Yep. Looks like a second throw, I believe. This is Jeff Blake, correct?
Correct. This is Jeff. His brother plays at Columbia. I think they mentioned that earlier. Jeff's just a terrific kid, very coachable.
74, Jeff.
Always working to get better. Ask great questions. So he's at 78.
Yep, topping out at 78 right now.
77.
Johnny coaching him up. I'm watching him. He's coaching him up.
Yeah.
That's, you could tell the passion's just oozing out of him.
77.
He's one of Johnny's guys. Nice play.
Good work. Nice work. Good finish.
And we got Antonio Dominici here from Bonet. He's a 23. He plays short, second, and third for us.
79.
He bats second and third.
81.
Dominici?
I know him a little bit.
I was going to say. What graduating year?
23.
He had 82 and 79.
I believe he's the leader in the clubhouse in the infield.
There you go.
77.
Oh, good work. Going through. Nice.
75.
Should good footwork there.
Nice play.
Yep. Didn't let it get away from him. Double clutched.
Yep.
Threw it right on the money.
This is Bryce Davenport. He bats at the top line for us also. And again, he's an infielder that can play all three positions. Real high academic kid. He's got like one of those 7.0s or something.
7.0.
Exaggerating.
What? I was going to say,
Yeah,
was he like
but
a weighted 5'7"? Because we've seen that.
I don't know.
Wow.
I think he does it 1 year. Would have took me 4 years to do so.
I'm sorry.
But,
I know you
nice
said,
player.
I know you said what grad. Did you say what graduating?
23.
23.
23. Yeah.
I'm just looking at his physique and his lower build.
He got a little ahead of himself there.
It's gonna happen. Oof. He doesn't hold back. All right, he topped out at 78. Did Davenport?
Really nice pick at first base there.
Yeah.
As Joey did a
Another freshman.
2025. Very nice backhand.
Right now topping out at 80s. He climbs a ladder.
79.
Was that 82?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, wow.
83.
All right. Someone's warming up.
Mhm.
I don't know if Diddick took a peek at him. Say, wait a minute, did you say 83?
Nice job at first base.
Who is that over there at first?
Justin Doherty.
All right. Let's give him some.
This is Joe Simone.
All right.
I think Joe's a freshman also.
I can help you out with that.
2025.
2025, yep.
Joe's a hard worker, too.
Again, I'm amazed at these young men, only freshmen, 8th graders, freshmen, and how they carry themselves.
Yeah.
It's all about the business.
Nice play there.
There,
Oh,
very nice play.
how about that?
Little
Turning
ESPN
glove
highlight
side.
there. Or should we say a BFA sports highlight?
Oh, bare hand.
Go ahead.
How about it?
All
That's
right.
confidence there.
I love it. This is
DJ Stewart, I believe.
yep, DJ Stewart. Yep, you're correct. Did you say Stewart goes to Hopewell Central High? That's where he goes.
He goes to Hopewell.
Yep,
That's
yep.
correct. I know he's looking forward to the high school season, getting ready to start here.
Is he a freshman? 2025?
He is,
He's a
2025.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So, John, you weren't here earlier. Dave Gallagher and Jim Mayer were asking, is this tougher being in front of the cameras or your first tryout in high school? And I said, you know what? There are a lot of eyes as far as coaches are concerned, but I can't imagine when you're trying to make a team.
Yeah.
That pressure is definitely a lot more steep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Far more at stake, right?
Yep.
Far more at stake.
Oh yeah.
I was a high school coach for almost 20 years, and
Okay.
I had to step away because of my the program got
Mhm.
grew so large, and there's a lot of excitement, and then there's a stress level on the kids too. They're amongst their peer group at school, and they all want to succeed.
There you go.
This is Ben Hauger. That just went correct.
Right now?
That was DJ. It was Stewart.
There was Stewart.
and Hauger.
Yes. This is Hauger already went?
Yeah, Hauger
I'm sorry.
just went. He was
Apologize.
class of 2026.
Okay.
This is Oliver Kim.
So Hauger was a class of 2026.
Correct.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I looked down on the roster sheet here. And Oliver Kim, Community Middle School. All right, that'll do it for the shortstops. Now it's the third baseman.
This
And
is Ryan Williver.
Williver.
82.
Brian just committed to Rowan at South Jersey College, being coached by Rob Valley.
think he said 84, right?
Mm-hmm. How about that play?
There's a play. Nope.
That is typical Ryan Williver going all out. I don't know if did he hit the tripod there?
It's still standing.
Yeah.
Oh, he might have hit it with his. Okay. All right.
I think he hit it with his shoulder, maybe. Or tough to see.
Big kid.
He is a solid kid, bruiser.
He-
Yeah.
79.
And he carries himself that way.
I've
Yeah,
been
very aggressive.
coaching for a long time, and Ryan has one of the surest set of hands I've ever coached. Right-handed, throws and hits from the left side. And Ryan was with me when I first started the program.
Was he? Okay.
He was one of my first players.
Wow. How long's it been now, John? I'm sorry.
This would be our 5th season.
Okay.
This is Vincent Giannetto, I believe.
Yes, it is.
He goes to
73.
PCIT.
Yep, out of Medford. Class of 24. I believe he said
73.
73. Okay. 73.
Vincent also has a really nice set of hands. Plays the corner for John.
74.
Again, a couple seconds ago, you got to see Johnny coaching up again, Giannetto. And that's good stuff because you see Giannetto respond to it. And it's just a way to deliver the message.
Yeah.
And that's the good part. You know, that's again, it's a testament to this organization.
Now we're fortunate to have Johnny part of it. And
He was probably about 10 feet too deep. He was 73 to 75.
Okay. All right.
Johnny plays a big role in what we do here as player development. This here is Jack Hughes. Jack is at a Notre Dame high school, class of 2023.
Another big kid. Good size.
Yeah. Big boy.
Jack is 6'3", 220 pounds.
Woo!
Just outstanding work ethic, football, baseball.
Multiple sport.
Yeah,
There you
hits
go.
all year round. He's a tight end, I believe, at Notre Dame football.
I can believe that. He's got a tight end built.
81.
Yep.
Yep.
All right,
And,
getting topping out at 81 right now.
Very athletic. Hits cleanup for us, and he's someone that really hits in big moments. We're in Georgia. I mentioned our last showcase. He came up and hit a grand slam against a really tough team down south to put us ahead, and he's done that many times. Is this Dan Driska?
3.
Yes, it is.
Class of 2024, I believe.
Correct. Out of Lawrence High School.
81.
Yeah, right down the road here.
Utility player, too. Multiple positions.
Well, heads up.
That must have caused a
Shockwave.
little shockwave.
It's normal with Al. He breaks stuff all the time. Here, you're trying to be better reading upside down.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
76.
Did he say 76? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't want to give him 86 on that, but he's topping out at 81 so far. There you go.
There you go.
finish up with the slow roller.
Good pick.
Nice pick.
Really nice job.
Oh, and there it goes again. Folks don't even know what we're talking about, but we have a whiteboard.
Have a ghost in
Sitting-
the building.
Yeah, well, I kind of leaned against the table, so.
This is Aiden Choi, class of 2026.
I chuckle. I just have to chuckle because it's a good chuckle. It's a positive chuckle. I love it. These young men getting right after it, making a commitment, passion for the game.
This is Aiden's first event with us.
That's awesome. A lot to build upon.
Yeah, he's got good size.
Sure does. When you're class of 26, he doesn't even know what maturity is about yet. Right?
Yeah, really.
I haven't seen a change. Before I put my foot in my mouth. No change in demeanor though. Stays the same. Yeah, it's still saying the same. He's kind of like but can't wait to see him in a couple years.
Yep.
All right, that'll do it for the infielders. We're going to move over to first base. We got to move some cameras. We'll be right back here on BFA Sports from Center Court in Lawrence Township.
Son did well.
He did. Thanks. Yeah, he did. Thanks. I didn't want to play it up too much, but I had to.
It's tough. It's really hard. It's really hard. No, but he looked good.
Antonio looked good. There you go.
That's what we just said.
Two behind, going to third. All right, welcome back. We move to the first baseman. As Dave Gallagher is destroying the set here. Like he destroyed baseballs back in the day.
We good now?
Right? Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're good now.
All right, so the first baseman will take 2 behind, going to third base. They're going to go 2 to second.
This is Jack Hughes here.
1 right at him and going home, and then 1 slow roller going to third. Jack Hughes. Just saw him at short. He's a busy man. He's a busy man.
First one was 81.
That's good. Yeah, Jack was helped play the corners for us. Very athletic, strong, 6'3", 220, as I mentioned before. Tight end.
Build.
Tight end, yep. Plays tight end at Notre Dame, actually, Dave, too.
No kidding.
Yep.
John, question for you.
Yep.
Not to put you on the spot, but if you had to project, and we have time, and that's one of the things you can actually help a kid with, where do you think he ends up if you had to project, position-wise?
Position-wise? Probably first baseman.
Yeah.
Yeah, first baseman.
He's got that kind of pop
Yep.
in his bat.
Yes. Yeah, actually, we're just talking about that, and I hope he's able to demonstrate that today when we do our hitting session.
Right.
Hitting in big moments, Dave. And I've seen a lot of baseball hits, and he hit one of the furthest balls I've ever seen any player ever hit.
Mm-hmm.
And we have it on video. It was one of the coolest moments. It was to win a championship. And
Right. This is Ethan Fantel. Ethan is a pitcher first baseman.
74.
And just had a conversation with his dad a few minutes ago, and his dad said, you know, I have a feeling he's going to end up as a first baseman and a hitter. He's got some good pop. You're going to see that in the hitting.
But he threw well too today.
Yeah,
right?
that's the thing. I looked at his dad, and he agreed with me. I said, look, you let it play out, because I've been fooled by kids who I was sure were going to hit in college, and then as they get older, in fact, the one I have in mind is a kid named Jake Sadowitz, who went to UPenn, Wharton School of Business. I was sure he was going to be a first baseman and a hitter. He ended up being their closer because he kept gaining velocity. But Ethan definitely should do both and let it play out on his own. But he can juice a baseball.
He's a big fellow too.
Big kid,
Big
and
lower
he's
half.
worked really hard on his body, and it looks good.
76.
This is Justin Doherty, Burlington Township.
80.
This is Jake's younger brother.
Probably a very competitive household.
Yeah.
Playing cards,
Yeah.
ping pong.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
I think I just heard 82 as he continues to climb the ladder in his arm velo.
74.
He's comfortable throwing from down under, isn't he? You know, like
he's the kids work hard. We call it the arm clock.
right.
You know,
I
going,
like
throwing,
that, John.
Yeah.
I like
work
that.
on that.
I
And
saw the Japanese teams do that at
Yep.
the IMG Academy.
Yep.
They do it every morning when they throw. They work it from down to up or up to down.
Yeah.
73.
It's smart,
Yeah.
right? That allows you to make all kind of plays.
Yeah. When we're playing catch, we do work at it.
Just Colin Heyer.
Colin Heyer, I mean, he's a bonehead guy for Davey Dominici.
74.
Another body looks pretty good, right?
They do.
It's nice to see that these kids are working hard.
77.
And they need to, Dave. It's so
Yeah,
competitive.
That's
you know?
it. That's it. If you don't keep up.
It's for 30,000 high schools or something like that in the
Right.
U.S.
74.
This is Kevin Maluski here. He was behind the plate at Connecticut, Notre Dame from New Haven,
81.
and secondary position is at first base. And we talked a little bit about this. I mean, looks like he handles himself pretty well there too.
Yeah, he does. Actually, he was helping the guys when they're throwing across the diamond from shortstop. There's a few balls he picked and saving the play.
I actually said to him, I said, a lot of times these kids in high school, when they're studs, they're playing every inning of every game unless they get hurt. And I said to him, you know, as a catcher in college, it's rare that you're going to catch both ends of a doubleheader, unless it's, you know, in the regionals or playoffs or whatever. But I said, if you can play some first base, you can play both games of a doubleheader. You know, he looks pretty good there.
It's tough to take a bat out of a lineup, Dave. If he's hitting.
Right.
Good throw.
Nice work.
He got carry on his throws, huh?
Yeah.
He really does. It always looks like
Agility.
his
Did you see the agility with the
yeah.
spin? Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful job.
All right, I think we're
All
going to
right, that'll do
go
it for
into
the
hitting.
defensive showcase. We're going to go to, I like to say, the sexy portion. We're going to go to the hitting. We'll be right back here on BFA. All right, welcome back. As I said earlier, as we moved on and went from the defensive portion, now we're going to the sexy portion, I like to say, the hitting.
Swinging the bat.
Swinging the bats. We have Mr. Heyer.
Colin Heyer.
Colin Heyer. Thank you very much.
Yep. Again at 23, Allentown High School. Does a little pitching, plays a little first base, swings a little bit.
Colin Heyer sported a 77 arm velo for the first base position. And we are live. We are live. Good turn on that one.
Interesting to see the kids' philosophy stepping in the cage, right? Because most of them probably have never seen Jim, face him at BP. Once you see a guy, does his ball run in, the pace that he uses. So sometimes
There's an adjustment period, right?
Yeah, sometimes the players might start middle away and then work around. Sometimes they get after it right away.
Heyer so far topping out at 84.5 on his exit velo.
Each swing seems a little bit better as he's getting used to it.
Now 86. That had a thud to it. 88.
Good round.
All right, good round by Colin Heyer. Getting out a 77 arm velo, topping out at first base. Now we have
Stachowski.
Yep. Stachowski, right?
Yes,
Did I say that right?
Connor Stachowski. Yep.
Robbinsville High School, 2022. Atta boy.
Almost at 90 on the exit velo so far. That's a good line drive swing right there. Going a little bit oppo taco. Like to see the gap to gap swings. The Rapsodo graphic showing you kind of, I would call it, do I want to call it real time or realistic responses? There's a rip. All right.
Jack Hughes should be next.
Yes, Jack Hughes.
I think this is your thumper, John.
It is.
Tight end from Notre Dame High School.
I don't think Jack Hughes is on this one. I think Jim is. And out of the gate, 94.5 exit velo.
Yeah, you can see the hand speed with the strength, right?
Jim, they have Jim slow down a little bit so the Rapsodo. There should be a light on the Rapsodo.
Atta boy.
Oh, he's 96.5. He is raking right now, baby. Can we see 100 exit velo at him, John?
Yeah, I've seen 101, 104.
Got the power in that swing.
Yeah.
Got a little under that one.
I think that ball carries out of Notre Dame.
Oh, sure does.
It was 324. There you go.
354.95 exit velo.
Got around that ball a little bit.
Nice work by Jack Hughes.
It's Mike Pappy out of Delran High School.
A lot of hitters they pay attention to their swings and their result, as they should in BP, but also pay attention to your takes. They should be quiet and balanced, especially in BP.
Mm-hmm. Excellent point, Dave.
Michael's very strong.
Nice athletic, sound fundamental swing. He may, if you stopped him right now, he may say, "I wasn't a great round," and you're not always going to get the flight that you want. But he's been well taught, well trained. You can see that, and you can see the athleticism. That's a pretty consistent swing.
Sure is.
Short to the ball.
Rinse and repeat.
Quick.
Very strong kid, Dave.
Mm-hmm. Started to find it there at the end, the last
Nice
few.
work by Pappy.
Andrew Madison, also out of Delran High School. Class of 2023.
Madison out of the outfield had an 82 arm velo.
If you saw that take right there.
Yeah.
So that says the kids, as they start to learn,
Mm-hmm.
that's pretty important. That you got to trust your hand speed, trust the shortness of your swing, and if you do, your takes all of a sudden start to become more quiet. You start to get up in years and on to college. Takes sometimes are even more important than your swings, right? That you're not chasing balls out of the zone. The breaking ball, the slider, the changeup gets better and better. Always something to work on in the cage. He's pulling it together.
He is. Again, 84.9, 88. That'll do it for Madison. This is Malewski.
Here's Kevin Malewski from another Notre Dame out of West Haven, Connecticut.
Comes out of the gates with a 95.
He's a big boy.
Sure is.
I'm going to
It's
step
like
away
Paul Bunyan.
and put
6'4".
Johnny on the phone. Here.
Okay.
6'4", 220.
Johnny Rena, Director of Player Development, now joining us.
What's up, gang?
This you got Paul Bunyan in the cage.
You ain't lying. He's a physical kid, man.
Yeah.
So far, 97.4 topping out on the exit velo.
Hard to believe he has 2 more years to play high school baseball.
Boy. He's staying in the low 90s, low to mid 90s. Again, topping out at 97.4 is 97.8.
It's a really good thing when even your misses are loud.
Well, he's a catcher and also a little bit of first base, as we saw today. But he looked like he received well, looked like he threw well, real well.
Topped at 81 on his arm velo.
So if he's got thump and
For
can
the
hit
first
in the
base,
middle of the
yep.
lineup,
Yep.
that's a pretty good combination.
Nice
That-
Michael Jolly.
Is that last one 101.7 from him?
I didn't see it. If it was, I'm glad you brought it up. So I'm going to put that down, 101.7. Breaking the century mark. Michael Jolly now taking his hacks.
We've had Jolly in the program for quite a few years now, and he's a staple of what it takes to be a leader, a good person, great kid.
Nice swing right there.
Yeah, oh my God.
That's nice that you're saying that because, you know, so much more than just playing baseball, right? That the kids are good kids, they're leaders, they're captains, maybe when they leave here or even when they're in high school. It's been a pretty consistent round right here.
Yeah, getting up at 91 right now. Very respectable 91.
He pretty simple and repeatable swing. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of moving parts. I'll tell you this, when he gets in here, it's all about training his swing and then trusting it when we leave. It's kind of one of the mottos that we try to follow through with.
Who's this now, Johnny?
This is Chris Babkowski. So Chris actually is very new to our program. He joined us actually a couple weeks ago.
That's what your dad said,
He,
yeah.
Chris is a really physical kid, man. And I'll tell you what stood out the most about him was that he came in here with his high school for team training at night. And he's just started talking, asking questions, really articulating himself well. That was a good stroke right there. Ball up in the zone. And he said that he saw on Twitter, he's like, hey, I heard you guys are looking for a catcher. I was like, yeah, knucklehead, that's why I asked you the first week when I saw you top out on 99 on Rapsodo. So really looking forward to having him be a part of our program.
All right, nice round by Babkowski. Babkowski, I should say.
Stoner?
So Kyle was the starting varsity catcher last year for Burlington Township as a freshman. Unfortunately, after our first showcase of the fall, he ended up getting a concussion up at URI. And I'll tell you what, he was hot as a pistol up there. I think he had 4 or 5 doubles. And all the other at-bats where he didn't reach, everything was hit loud. So he was sidelined a little bit with a concussion, and at the end of the fall came back, and he's a really good kid, man. And the family's unbelievable. All of our families are great.
He's young, right? 2024?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Checking my notes, I'm trying to find out where he took his defensive work. Did he?
Catcher.
He did. Okay, I stepped out for a little bit. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
That's when I had to step away for a few minutes.
What's up, fellas?
Oh, hey.
Dougie Fresh.
Jumped out of the producer's chair and decided to join the party. I'm just enamored with the hitting that I'm seeing from these guys at Centercourt tonight. I don't know if it's the new lighting system that was in the cage or what, but I would say there's a little bit extra electricity in the air.
I think it's Johnny Reyna and his training techniques.
I don't know, man. I tell you what.
You don't have to take the credit.
I'm not going to. I never will, because it's never me. It's always the boys, and every player's their own best coach. I was stroked.
Sure was.
Put together pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Quick hand.
Did we say this is Zentmeyer? This is him.
Yes.
Okay.
See what you just said, Johnny, like you said quick hands. Anyone who knows the game, and that was on a pop-up, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So when you know the game, you see things that other people don't see. It doesn't always have to be the result to see talent.
Yep.
You know, you're not always going to have the best round, not always going to have the best game, but that's tools right there.
The low 90s probably.
This kid is put together. That was 90. 91 we'll call it, because it was 90.7.
And on that pop, we're talking about the quick hands. It's like when guys get beat, sometimes that ball is kind of coming in on them. I think that, in my opinion, I believe that good hitters will get more jam and muscle that hit out to right center instead of rolling over, flying open, rolling over to 6. I was really blessed as I was growing up. My best friend's dad threw in the Derby to Howard and Abreu and all those guys. This is Justin Doherty. And I was able to listen to all those conversations back in those early Citizens Bank Park days, and between Charlie Manuel and all those guys, and being on the field, and all the time, really, I was really blessed to just listen and sponge up any information I could.
It's one of the best ways to learn is to watch.
And
watch
listen.
what other people do that have success. Yeah.
Hi, baby.
Wait, Doherty Justin, did Justin take any work at first base? Or
Yes.
was that Jacob? Okay. He had an 80 arm velo from first base. He topped that at.
First baseman, that's actually pretty strong from a lot of the ones that we've seen, and for his class. Some good strokes.
88.
So Johnny Reyna, they're your squad likes this version of the Rapsodo.
Yeah.
Be able to see the ball flight. Yeah. So
It's like a video game to me.
they'll probably probably push for this a little bit more in practice. So my apologies.
No, don't apologize. This is Jordan Barclay. Jordan is an extremely high academic kid. He comes from a very, very kind and outgoing, supportive family. And the one thing I'll tell you about Jordan is that he played football 1 year as a freshman, ended up being player of the year for them. And then for a leader for our part, he basically waved me down on a mound visit in the championship game, 7th inning. And I'm trying to calm the pitcher down. And he goes, "Hey, coach, the runner is relaying signs from second base." I said, "Excuse me?" And this is when I just took it over 2 years ago. So he was 13, 14. And he goes, "Yeah, they're doing fast feet for fastball and slow feet for breaking ball." I said, "All right, thanks, bud." Gave him a little pat, he jogged back out. Sure enough, first dang pitch. Okay, I told him, first pitch, leave the same sequence. Second pitch, we'll switch it up. And he was right. And that's the type of attentiveness he has. This is Daniel Drizga. Drizga, we call him bull in a china shop. Tell you what, this kid is full throttle all the time.
He can see it.
Yeah, he's raring to go. But he's my super utility guy. So I can play him in the corner outfield. He'll play third. He'll play second. He'll get on the mound for us.
Funny how sometimes you gotta corral a guy.
Yeah.
And other guys you gotta come on, let's go.
Light a fire. Drew's got a 77 from arm velo in the outfield earlier today.
He'll sit on the mound about the same too, 77 to 79, touching 80, 81. I think hard part for him is getting that sequence of his body, that kinetic chain just flowing consistently and knowing how to use his body while they're getting stronger and growing. But talk about putting a collar on it. I literally, I'll yell across the field, put a leash on it. And I typically let guys just go, but when we're trying to swipe third with 2 outs and stuff like that, with a guy with throwing 1/9s to second base, 1/8's unrealistic, but at 1/9, it's just, This is Michael Kulik.
Kulik with an 83 arm velo out of the outfield earlier.
Johnny, didn't you tell me in November that this kid can run?
Oh my God!
I think he was a plus runner, right?
He plus. I mean, we've had him at a 6'6", a legit 6'6". He got thrown out one time this entire summer plus last fall, and to be honest with you, I was so ecstatic when he got thrown out. It was a pitch out. The dude did a slide step. It was supposed to be a run and hit. Told him, you know what, just go, take it. Dude ended up being the quickest time to plate that day of the day, hardest velo of the day, according to the Pock Radar. And he actually led our team in homers, too.
Wow.
But swiped just under 100 bags. And he only got picked off once. I'm trying to get him picked off a little bit more. They have to learn how to find their limit. Right. That way they're not being scared. When you're scared and you can't push your limit, you don't know what your limit is by the time you get to the next level. And you don't want to make your first mistake at that next level without knowing your limits, because then you're going to play scared.
All right, that was Kulik, who topped at 82.8. Now we go to Group 3.
This is Jeffrey Blake.
Right. Remember his brother. He looks kind of like his brother to me.
Jeffrey's also new to a program. Really attentive, really driven, self-driven. High academic kid again.
Am I remembering right? Is he a Hopewell kid?
Yes. Yes, Hopewell kid. I believe a 3.9 GPA.
Getting it done in the classroom.
That's something we definitely preach. because that helps the next 40 years of your life after high school, not just the next 4 years of college. Hi, babe.
That sounded good. Yeah, right. Jeff Blake.
We had a quick pick here, I think.
I didn't pick. Okay.
Are you giving Jimmy a breather? I'm not sure.
And maybe Jim needs a breather.
So he's a stud, man.
Yeah, he could go forever
Mhm.
from this distance.
I've never seen a guy dot middle so much in my life. Look at that last pitch right there on the Rapsodo. It's literally, it's middle, man. It looks like Pete Alonso's BP throw. This is Sam Benedetti. Sam's also new to the program as of the fall. Sam has never really left his local leagues up until us, and he said that after even the first tournament, the competition, everything was just so next level, and he was so appreciative of just the opportunity to grow. Yeah.
That's the key word right there. Somebody has to be willing to give a kid a chance, even if it starts with failure. I mean, he looks like a strong kid.
Very. I'll tell you what. So right now you kind of see it. You see his top hand kind of rolled over, like punchy. I'll be honest with you. I kind of want to take off the headset and just tell him, like, pound the pitcher. He's just trying to keep the ball on your fingertips. But tell you what, he got sneaky juice, man.
You can see it in his back.
Uh-huh.
Looks like his back is pretty strong.
At 75 arm velo from the outfield during the defensive portion. And what are we doing now?
Looks like Doug's adjusting the camera or something. Maybe somebody hit a line drive into it.
So it looks like we only have, as I'm taking a look at the roster, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lefties, Johnny?
I believe so.
Okay. Almost halfway through the righties. And it looks like we have Shimon up next.
Yeah, Joe Simone.
Oh, Simone.
Yes, sir. I believe.
I
If
apologize
not,
for
then he hasn't corrected
mispronouncing.
me yet.
That's all right. Showing respect to you, Johnny.
Joe's young, man. So our first tournament, URI with us, he dropped a pop-up, first ball right to him. I think it was like first, second pitch of the game. And talk about being athletic, like catch ball size, one hand seeing it in. And went two hands above his head, blocked his vision, sunny day, everything else. Ball drops. He goes, honestly, my heart never beat as fast in my life. He said it felt like it was a golf ball. I was trying to pick it up.
Oh, wow.
And he's like, you didn't yell at me. Why didn't you yell at me? I said, because, dude, you're going to learn. Yeah. It's fine. It's okay to fail, right?
Well, was it a mental error?
I would say.
That's probably why he said, why didn't you yell at me?
Well, I've never yelled out physicals.
Well, it's almost like he's giving himself up, right? So he's saying,
yeah.
Why didn't you yell at me? Because we're going to make mistakes,
right?
As long as it wasn't a mental mistake.
Might be used to getting yelled at.
Right. That's exactly it. So guys come in and, they physical mistakes. Coach is like, you got to have that. You got to have it. Well, sometimes things happen, man.
Sure.
And these kids, remember, are 14, 15 years old, 16, 17. Shoot, when I was coaching at the Sales, and now I'm involved with a couple other local programs here for Division I and junior college. And those guys still make mistakes. And that's okay. Pros make mistakes.
Sure.
I don't remember ever making a mistake.
No, you never made it. You had a 1,000 fielding percentage.
This is Joey Ditta. Joey is, honestly, I could say, has grown substantially on and off the field. And he's really turned the switch on. Not that he didn't have it on before, but I've seen him hit a new gear. Him, Sean Heffernan, and Jeff Blake really push each other at practices especially. But him and Sean in the middle are a tandem that I don't know if there's many double plays they've ever missed.
Pushing each other means you got born leaders in there.
I would like to think absolutely born and at home they're preaching.
Yep,
And
good upbringing. Yep.
This is Sean Heffernan. Sean says he's my little brother.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much is, to be honest with you.
So just want to let you know, Ditta had an 83 arm velo working from the infield earlier today.
He's actually been up to 84 on the mound, too, as well. Touching, not sitting.
Hefferman went 81, very respectable 81 from the infield today.
His heartbeat was a little faster in the infield today. I think he was trying to do a little bit.
I think I made mention, I commented on the fact we were coaching him up. I think it's the young man that.
You talking about Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, he wants it so bad. But again, his body might be more different than any of the kids that I can remember in the last year. I mean, he was thin. Now I look at him, I don't see thin anymore. I see, he's put together. It looks like he's trained the right way because it's head to toe.
Yep,
Oh,
fortunate. Yep.
Is he switch hitting?
Yes, we're still working on it. I'll be honest with you. We're trying to get him to understand that he doesn't have to always cut it loose left-handed. Have some feel for his body.
Right.
Real quick, last comment on him is saw right before his last couple of swings after he rolled over. He just took a second, deep breath, trying to process, and it's just showing the mental maturity and growth. And this is Minerva,
yes,
I believe.
Michael Minerva.
He's another young guy, right? 25.
He's a freshman at CBA, another one I was mentioning earlier. Hard-working kid, does a little bit of everything to train. His dad's been real good, supportive of providing the best of everything.
That's huge.
Yes.
That is huge. Make sure you're getting that kind of support all the way around. Because you're getting it here.
Mm-hmm.
So, tip of the cap to Mr. Minerva.
When I watch these kids, I'm actually remembering like this time of year, right before the season gets started. I'm looking at their body language, and it's kind of like, wow, they're getting ready.
Absolutely. And honestly, even their facial mannerisms, the way they're handling things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier during the defensive showcase. Yeah, not a change, not a single change.
So, this is Bernardo, I believe.
Yes, it is.
Physical kid. Tell you what, he had a real quick release behind the plate, too. I mean, he was a short stroke back up, almost like a quarterback,
That
too.
was, yeah.
And I liked it. He had pretty true carry on it, too. I think as he gets more physically mature and he starts to lose some of the younger guy, having the quick, I'll just heat up some chicken nuggets from the freezer at night type of thing when we're hungry. I mean, shoot, I still do it. But
not me.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I crushed stuff. Last night, almost 4 a.m., I was still eating. But I think once he starts to get really physical and into his body, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. He's got to get a faster core, everything.
He did. He stood out with his quickness. I remember mentioning it to Tom. He got rid of the ball quickly. He was relatively accurate, too. I played with a guy in Double-A. His arm strength might have been the worst in the league, but he put the ball on the bag, and it was out of his glove and off quick. He was throwing out the fastest runners in the league.
This is Antonio Dominici.
Does Dave want to get on or no?
Dave,
where's Dave at?
I think Dave wants to stay incognito.
Okay.
So Dominici had an 82 arm velo from the infield, working from the shortstop position earlier today.
I'm happy to see him because I told Dave I have not seen your son since he was tiny. I'm going to say probably 5 or 6 years, 7 maybe. And this is probably a really good time for Dave to be able to watch his son over at Allentown and go to all the games, because I'm at the point now where I'm starting to wait for my grandson to watch those games. My kids are all grown, and it's a fun time.
I'll tell you what, this is my second year having the opportunity to be with the Bonet group led by Dave, and I've been able to work with Antonio a little bit the last 2 years, and he's really put on some serious size in the lower half. I mean, he's got some tree trunks. So, but it's a testament to his work and the weight room. I know he's going over to full reps. I know he's doing long throwing here at night, sometimes here till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. I know that he's blessed enough to have a cage in the backyard. He works his tail off there, and he comes in here. And
it's a great stroke, man. It's gap-to-gap hitter. I mean, line drive, good backspin. Definitely is and it's got that old-school approach, which I kind of like, because the higher the velo goes, I don't care what anybody says. You're not getting under a baseball.
What would his primary be?
Bryce Davenport. What do I think it's going to be?
Yeah.
I think it's going to end up being either a third baseman or a second baseman. I think that he's got enough to make that play deep in the hole at third, and he's got good enough feet where he's able to let the shortstop, extend out and maybe feel more comfortable going towards his glove side. This is Bryce Davenport.
Yeah.
This is my second year working with him as well. Bryce is another kid. All these kids work hard, man. It's they really want it. Bryce is really starting to understand his flow, his rhythm, his sequencing in the box. No, he's pretty consistent right here, right?
Yeah, Davenport
Probably mid 80s, maybe a little bit higher.
I think he's found his swing slot.
Camera.
Yeah, camera might have moved a little bit. All right, so we
Perfect
had a quick
timing.
perfect timing. So why don't we mention real quick, Davenport, I think you said, so that was Davenport, correct? Yep. He had a 78 from the infield for an arm velo during the defensive showcase.
And it plays better, too. I've seen him in here really let it go, and I think that sometimes that they're so worried about that perfect throw right on the money right here that they might take a little bit off and this and that. I told him, like, look, let it eat, throw the ball down. The adrenaline's going to let that ball ride up. And I probably said it, I don't know, 40 times today in total. Once they have the adrenaline, the momentum, start that dang thing low instead of throwing it over a ninja. So,
Yeah, we were mentioning that again, as I said earlier. We saw you coaching it up, and we talked about the passion. No, that's a good thing because it talks about again what this program is all about. And again, coaching up, not coaching down. So it's all good stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate that really genuinely. I was blessed.
Speaks volumes, Johnny. Sorry.
No, absolutely. I really appreciate it. I don't know what to say. My father showed me the right way very early on. And I tell you this, and it's a blessing to have the opportunity to work with all these guys. And it honestly helps me internally grow as well.
All right, who do we have next, Johnny?
Alex Bischoff. He's a
He's
backstop.
not related to that wrestler, right? No, I forgot the Bischoff name. That's right. Never mind.
Might
Forget
ask
it.
him.
Went over
I
your
like
head.
the
You're too
number.
young.
Everything's over my head. I'm vertically challenged. It's all right.
Well, so am I.
Yeah, it's all right.
All right, Alex Bischoff. I don't remember that name from a defensive
Catcher, I
showcase.
believe.
Catcher. Yep.
Again, missed it. So I had to step away for a couple minutes.
It's okay.
Do apologize.
Oh, we got a southpaw stepping in there.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
I feel
Lefty
some
look.
coming off
Oh,
the
how'd
end
I
of
do that to the
Hey, how
lefties?
about-
I'll tell you
How
what.
about
the
Jim
lefties-
Mayer, though?
Unbelievable.
Talk about a horse.
How
Talk about a
about-
horse. He's grabbing his hamstring.
There's a little Rick Freeman in there.
There you go. All
Guy's
right.
a legend, man.
Oh, Lou's got working on that
And you know
natural
what I did
tail.
to the dang lefties, too? I put the lefties last, and I got the lefty BP throw. I hope they don't relax.
I'm going to tell you right now, if they try to pull the ball, they're in trouble.
Yep.
He just did on his first
did,
swing.
he smoked it.
That was a gap-to-gap swing, though, right there. That's
There
left
it
center.
is. There's that off the end of the bat tail. But this is the type of guy. I used to hit off a guy named Dave LaRoche, who was a lefty.
Oh, yeah.
And he made me feel right because I had to stay on the ball to right center as a right-handed hitter.
Oh, that's a good swing right there. Good compact. 84.5. Again, I didn't get a chance to see Bischoff during his defensive portion. How'd he show?
He did well.
Good.
I think all the boys did well, considering they're not used to having TV cameras on.
And that's what we were saying earlier. That's part of development too, right? Being assessed and being able to perform.
There's a good shot.
He figured it out. You know, if it's tailing, go with it.
Stay down that one. Nice. 84 finishes off with his top number, 84.8.
And this is Kenny Wines. This is actually the first year I've been with Kenny. So I call him Lieutenant Wines sometimes because he comes in. He's so assertive. You probably heard him when he was yelling during the his work, but really respectful, super physically strong kid.
There we go.
So I'm laughing because he came in with his mom. I just happened to be up by the door. And he's dressed like that, right? All baseball stuff. And I said, "Are you here for the soccer?" And he looked at me like I was nuts, and I am.
Oh, going. That came off the bat nice. Let's see, 83, which is his top so far.
He's really starting to understand that he is so strong where he does not need to muscle baseball all the time. I think he tries to squeeze the bat sometimes a little bit too tight and try to really force that strength instead of, he is really physical and just trusting his hands.
I can tell you for sure, Tom, I have a feeling you would agree with me that going back 20 years, if we had the same kind of event with kids of this age, we would not be saying much about physical strength. There'd be a couple of kids that will be hitting the
Naturally
weight
strong.
room or naturally strong.
Yep,
Everybody
that's all I
else
remember.
was not. And
He's
I don't know
naturally
which
strong.
one of you guys said it, but you almost have to keep up now or you fall behind.
That was Coach Ryder.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? That they're getting stronger earlier. They get the right guidance. It's going to help them.
All right, I think we're. What are we doing, Josh Davidson? You want to help me out so we know what's going on? All right. Should have told me you were going out. All right, we've got our camera situated. What do we have now, Johnny Reyna?
We have Arden Sue.
Arvin Sue.
We're back at it.
Good level swing right out of the gates.
See, that's why I talk in, because I don't think I'm that crazy. That outdated.
Cage bomb.
Did we? Cage bomb is
That one
right.
right out of the cage.
I would say a home run in a telephone booth, but you don't know what that is.
I take a pictures by with my girlfriend, but that's about it.
Okay, so did we have Sue anywhere today?
Yes.
Behind the dish.
Yeah,
Again, I want to even ask that question. What year is Sue?
He is a 2026, I believe.
I think he was eighth grade.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Baby.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, a lot of in the gross, though.
Yes, sir. You guys work with him. He stays committed. Plays the game with passion. He'll continue to make strides. Well, he was in and out quick.
This is DJ Stewart. I'm sorry. DJ's, this is his, it'll be the first summer with the program. He'll do this in the fall. He moved into the area and hasn't left us since. Good family.
Is he another 26 or 25?
He is.
Yeah.
And going back
You
to
know,
like all the, go ahead.
I was going to say, and so I'm sorry, Johnny, but there could be an intimidation factor to these young men that are here with the 23s, 24s, but you don't see any being phased whatsoever, and that's a testament to these young men and staying focused.
Absolutely. And I think the internal factor plays more of a part in the external physical results. And we really preach and staying level, not riding the highs and lows too much. It's really difficult. And a game that challenges you constantly, that everybody's looking at the dang numbers all the time, whether it be the exit velos or, all right, what's my average? It's tough, man.
Stewart stepped out, took a deep breath, refocused. This is DeCarlo.
Joey DeCarlo.
Little scrapper.
He competes in his ABs, man.
Yeah.
He definitely hasn't given a bat away that I've ever seen, that's for sure. He's kind of just finds a way to punch through a hole, move the guys over, gets the bunt down, does his job. It's like outside pitch. All right, it's right there. Boom, hit it to second base. It's just, he just feels the barrel, lets it go. Simple, repeatable.
Yep, very simple swing. Compact, boom, set and go, set and turn.
You'll see a lot of our guys. We try to, one, let every hitter have his own identity, right? So not every hitter's the same. I call it their thumbprint. So it's like everybody's got a thumbprint, right? But just because you have a thumbprint doesn't mean it's going to fit on me for my identity.
Right.
So letting every guy have his own flow, but try to really emphasize not a old school or new school way of doing things. It's like I always say, it's like Old Testament or New Testament of the Bible. In reality, the whole thing's important. Learn it all. You have to figure out what works for each guy. And I believe giving us more time to have room for our barrel to work, for as much error as possible, honestly.
We talk about that on the youth advisory board with MLBPA, and that's come up several times, is what should we teach? And I keep raising my hand in the room and saying, be careful. Like, I don't know if you want to have one identity and one way to do things. Because I know this. I used to go out early for BP and all the different teams and watch all these different hitters.
You might have to recalibrate that Rapsodo. I just drilled it and moved.
It seems like it's working.
On, yeah.
It's still working. Yep.
Still on, even though it got hit.
Still working. She's tough, that Rapsodo.
They call it a tank for a reason. That thing's heavy.
Kim, another repeatable swing.
Kim.
Mm-hmm.
He was on the mound, right?
Yep. The cool part about Rapsodo, as I mentioned earlier in this broadcast today, is the fact that right now we don't have their names up on there. We're going to put that all in, but then we create a profile for them.
Right.
And you look at Kim here. What class? What graduating year class?
2026, I believe.
2026. So this young man gets to watch himself develop and grow physically, as far as his execution in the field, execution with the bat. And, again, you're creating that profile for future college coaches. So good stuff.
And all of the boys actually have one with us as well, with our hitting Rapsodos. They have access to on their phones, etc. And I'll tell them this, or I tell them this all the time, that it's not the highest exit velo you have. It's what is your average. How consistently can we be? How much can we contribute to the game? I mean, look, you can have the best exit velo in the world, but if you're not doing something when the lights turn on,
Did Jim Mayer going to step in now? Or?
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't surprise me. That dude's savage.
This is Choi, right?
Yep. This is
now 2026. I can see you put all the 26s
yes.
together. That's good. That's good. So we get a good feel.
And these boys are just starting to get into the weight room a little bit too. So we are blessed to have a full-time strength conditioning coach here in the weight room, and we have a nutrition plan for all the boys and kind of guide them through everything. And helping them,
huge.
you know.
That's huge.
Yeah.
You also have a nutritional plan.
Yes.
Besides the workout regimen.
Yes, for the high school guys specifically, once these guys start to get there and they can have a little bit more control of what they eat, when they eat it.
Right.
I'm not trying to give them too much too early. They're still growing.
An 8th grader showing a
it's good guidance,
76.4 exit velo, which is pretty promising.
Yeah.
All right.
This will be Ben Hauger. Ben's another young guy.
Hauger, what Hauger?
Infield.
Defensive infield, okay.
Still trying to get him to understand. He's grown a lot, so you see that swing kind of just coming up a little bit. He's still trying to figure out that I have a lot more room. I can go forward with my arms and stay through the ball a little bit longer.
Hey, look at the baseball pants, and you know he grew a lot.
A high butt guy, Buck
Yeah.
Showalter will love him.
He's actually letting the ball get too deep.
Yes.
Sometimes
Yeah,
that's sometimes it's your hips gliding forward. You actually pass the pitch as it's coming towards you.
Mm-hmm.
You sound like you know what you're talking about, Dave.
You know why?
No
I
idea,
made that
man.
mistake.
Holy crap. Dave and I spent about an hour or so on the phone last week. I filled up. I have a little notebook. I filled up 4 pages of my notebook.
Nice.
I swear, man, it's just letting him just honestly just talk, just about whatever, and you're gonna learn.
Who, Dave talk?
Yeah, I can talk, right?
Okay. Making my job easier, I can tell you that much.
We're gonna switch over to lefties here.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. As we switch to the lefties, we'll be right back here on BFA.
Hour and 20, hour 30 drive back.
All right, we're back with the sweet swinging lefties. Who do we have up here, Johnny Arena?
We have Ryan Williver. Ryan's been actually is our longest tenured Mako.
Oh, he came out of the box with a swing and a half. It's not even an exit velo.
So Ryan actually just committed to Rowan College of South Jersey.
Nice.
My alma mater.
Playing for Dixon, Coach Dixon there.
That is Valley. Dixon's at Rowan University.
Oh, where's he going?
He's going to Rowan College of South Jersey. So RCGC Gloucester.
I got you. Yes.
They had a big win today. Game number 1. It was a doubleheader down there with ACCC. Atlantic Cape Community College. Broadcasted by BFA.
I saw that. I was cracking up earlier.
Would you have done if it went into extra innings?
Well, I was on my way up. Doug was down.
No.
Welliver's got some nice pop in his swing.
He's attacking the baseball.
Sure is. Gotten up to 88 now.
I'll be honest with you, Ryan's a tremendous hitter. And honestly, our best base runner in the entire program.
Really?
Absolutely. He never misses a dirt ball at first, second. It does not matter. That dude, he sees ball fly as soon as it's out of the hand, and he doesn't miss it. You saw he dove into the tripod earlier. This guy.
Oh, that was him.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
I said, "You okay?" He goes, yeah. The wrist is like already red and everything else.
He had an 85 arm velo from the infield.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yep.
He hitting offensively today. I'll be honest with you. This is probably bottom 10% I've seen him, and it's okay. I mean, I know his wrist is really bothering him, and I'm not making excuses for him. But I'll tell you this: I'd put my name attached to his any day of the week for what kind of player that kid is.
This is Ethan Fantel.
Yeah, he's got a couple. He's got a 91, 290. Yeah, he definitely
He's a strong kid. He really is.
94 now.
You know, look how long he's staying on
Stays
from
through the
behind.
baseball.
Yeah, those white lines in the batter's box for me, it's like, especially for that behind angle, as long as those hands stay on that white line forward through the ball, I mean, you're really getting through it. And
he's been on the mound. He also played first base today, but he can mash, and he's been mashing for a while. Like when he was 14, he was mashing.
92 right there?
Yep. Topping out at 94 so far.
He's going to provide some middle of the lineup pop for somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And he's
Cage bomb again right there.
He's a 2024.
77 arm velo from first base is pretty good.
2024.
I would say.
Yeah.
And he played varsity last year as a freshman and did it well.
Johnny, this is pre-cop?
Yes, this is Justin pre-cop. Justin is first baseman, outfielder, and he gets on the bump. I don't know what was his velo off the mound, but
I'll see if I have it. He had a 78 arm velo from the outfield. And I don't think, I don't have that right now. I don't have it with me.
Well, I asked him a little while ago. I said, you pitch, I know, because he was the one that I was told from Bobby Buskett that he's around the plate, he fields the position, he's smart, pitches smart, knows how to get hitters out. So I said, you see yourself as a hitter or a pitcher? Where do you think your game is? And he said, hitting. He didn't even hesitate. I believe he's at Notre Dame High School.
yeah, he comes in here again for high school team training. A lot of these guys do, and I'll tell you this, man. Justin, this is his second year I've seen him. He's really grown. Another kid, just not seeing him for a period of time, seeing him come back, and it's a testament to his work ethic, and he's a class act, man.
He's got a very good follow through. Like he finishes strong. That barrel smacks across his back. I always wanted to do that. You know, looking back at my career, I always said, man, you should have finished stronger.
I tell you what.
Too late now.
Last year I saw him. He was doing the more like the Ferris wheel, dump the barrel. He's laughing behind me right now, and swinging a little bit more up. How much he's grown as a hitter, right there, even showing, it's night and day. So
this is Giannetto.
Yeah, this is Vincent Giannetto. He's been with us this is his second year. He another guy came over from, I believe he's with Tri-State, and he just wanted to be a part of a closer knit, tighter group where we have, a lot of his friends were on the team, and he felt, an opportunity could potentially be there. He showed up. I saw a pretty smooth left-handed stroke and a frame that could use a couple cheeseburgers on it, and a couple squats in the weight room. I said, you can't get in mom's kitchen enough.
Right.
So that's a bull right there. So he plays third base for us primarily. He'll get some time at short and second as well.
He had a 75 arm velo from third base earlier. Actually from the shortstop position, so playing a little bit out of position.
See, good job, bub. And this is Chase Cowell. Chase is another young guy.
Last two. Got two more to go. Oh, good move right there. Step out, take a breath, deep breath, reset.
Chase is in here all the dang time, man. I feel like whenever I turn my back around, and I pretty much live here, but He's in here, man. And
It's good to hear that, though. You know, that's what I was telling your dad. I remember asking Matt, because I think it's a good thing for an organization to allow the kids, as long as there's availability of space, if they belong to the program, that they can use it.
Oh, yeah.
And that's how you find out the kids that really want to get better.
These kids really want to get out. So I'll be honest with you, we don't really give them an option.
Yeah.
You know, it takes a little intestinal fortitude, and it helps when we have the full support of the families as well. Talking about fully committed, being the best version of themselves as a son, as a brother, as a teammate every day. That's a whole lot longer than your playing career. I mean, you wanna know what kind of teammate a guy was? How many weddings is he invited to?
Right.
All right. 20-year-old at least.
We're down to our favorite guy of the night, and that's the last guy.
Last and certainly not least.
My little brother, as he says.
Hefferman, right?
Heffernan, yep, Sean. Sean's, we're really starting to emphasize this year switch hitting. We let him do it in the fall. I wanted him to fail so he can learn. And he was getting a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, sure.
And, you know, I think it's him trying to always do the best that he possibly can, obviously, but realizing not to do too much. And now we're starting to see some serious growth. And
over the years, I've had a lot of guys ask me about switch hitting, and I
did it.
You know, well, my answer is, if you're going to do it, be true to it.
Right.
And don't cut your work in half. Double it.
Yep.
So
there you go.
So it's going to a lot of work. Are you sure you want to do that? And you, like you said, they're going to fail. They have to be strong enough mentally to work through that.
And I'll be honest with you, sometimes I know they're never going to see a left-to-left on breaking ball, but teaching him how to leave that front side on the ball, we'll put left-hand break balls in the machine, have him see that just so we can emphasize that. Yeah. And tell you what, man, I can't say enough about him. He really grinds, really works. But I wanted to take a second and thank BFA and all you guys for everything you guys do. It's incredible, and I appreciate the opportunity you guys are providing for us to work with you guys.
Well, we appreciate you having us here and partnering with us to get these young men seen. So that's the main thing.
They do it right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to wrap this thing up. About 4.5 hours in the books. A lot of good stuff today, folks. You saw some great arms on the mound. Lots of poise, right, Mr. Gallagher? Hey, and by the way, wait, before I go any further, the man with a face for radio, Mr. Doug Stasic, has joined us.
Yeah, well, listen, man, I just got to say I'm overwhelmed by the amount of people that were able to tune in tonight.
Awesome.
Got a lot of great feedback. I mentioned to some of the kids that we're in the process as well. It'll be an edited coaches version that goes directly to the coaches. So I just updated the list this morning as I was actually on my way to Atlantic City. So a couple of coaches that are out there have a lot of interest, but I'm really proud of the kids and more than happy to do the work behind the scenes because, you know, the crew here, Johnny Reyna, John Reyna, Dave Maxwell, Jim Mayer, we had the legendary coach Tom Ryder on. The good news was people didn't have to listen to Al the whole entire time, so that in itself is a win.
Dave pretty much carried us.
Well,
and John.
I know how he feels.
Johnny.
I know how they feel because usually I carry you most of the way myself. So it's kind of all worked out really well. But in all actuality, in all sincerity, what a great opportunity for these kids. You know, college baseball season is upon us. You guys had mentioned it multiple times as tryouts. You know, and I kind of use tryouts with the air quotes at this point for the high school season. It's up next week. This is a great preview to a movie, right? This is the reason that some of the coaches will want to take a closer look and maybe find these guys on the travel circuit. But as far as the Centercourt crew goes, I mean, I'm looking at the difference just a couple months makes. You know, like what you guys are able to do, get into the proverbial cocoon, go to work. These guys got bigger, stronger, faster, and the results show for themselves. And people can, you know, say what they want, look what they want, do what they want, but when you're hooked up to Rapsodo, the data doesn't lie. It's a great, you know, building block, and it's a great indicator of just how much of a jump that these guys have made in just a few months, and I thought we saw a lot of that tonight.
Absolutely.
I would say what was noticeable to me that I just mentioned at the end of the the stream here is that the look on the kids' faces and their body language, they're ready for the season to start. Right? They've been working all winter for this moment that's coming up for a lot of them Tuesday and I guess Friday for the positional players, but great way to prepare for it.
Yeah, 110% for sure. All right, well, that's a wrap from
Thank you guys. Seriously.
beautiful Centercourt Baseball Academy. So be on the lookout for updates. We're going to have some snippets of tonight's festivities. There'll be a bit of a highlight reel coming out over the next few days to a week, and we kind of drop things in. And then tune into BFA Live Sports. Hit the subscribe button. We're covering 30-plus high school games of the week, matchups you're going to see, South Jersey, Central Jersey, and we even have people calling us to the higher hills of North Jersey. So I don't know about you, but got a good ride home, and now I'm looking forward to stopping at Denny's and getting myself some eggs.
You get to relax now. I never see you relax during the live stream. You're always fixing something or doing something. This has got to be a good, relaxing ride home for you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he'll probably close his eyes while he's driving. I've been there when he's done that a couple times. So.
No, it's all good. But, Dave, thank you so much.
Can always pull
Can't
over.
thank you enough, Johnny. Awesome. Your dad, wherever he is out here, the legendary coach. Make sure you get a shot of Coach Tom Ryder. He did a lot of work behind the scenes today there, Charles. The legendary Coach Tom Ryder, as always, joining us. And let's see. Where's your lefty pitching coach, man? Where's your lefty BP coach? He's gone?
Honestly,
He has a
probably
long ride
halfway
home.
into
Yeah.
the parking lot.
All right. Well, we already had one crew get locked in a facility today, so we don't need to do that twice.
No.
That'll be a wrap.
That'll be a wrap?
Yeah, why not? So, for BFA Sports, This Week in Baseball, South Jersey, thanks again, Dave Gallagher, Johnny Reyna, the whole entire Centercourt crew. He's Al Fisher, and we can't wait till next time to see you play ball.